I readily admit that the rule of abstinence applied to reverent commemoration should more properly be respected than its application to indignation or to grief, insofar as our taste for celebrating events turns more willingly toward the great deeds of those whom Hegel called history's great men, and arises out of the ideological function that legitimizes domination. What makes reverential commemoration suspect is its affinity with the history of conquerors, although I consider the elimination of admiration, veneration, and gratitude to be impossible, and not really desirable. If, as Rudolf Otto would have it, the tremendum fascinosum constitutes the emotional core of our experience of the sacred, the meaning of the sacred remains an inexpugnable dimension of historical meaning. 6. The tremendum, however, has another side to it, the tremendum horrendum, whose cause also deserves to be pleaded. And we shall see what beneficial aid fiction can bring to this plea. Horror is the negative form of admiration, as loathing is of veneration. Horror attaches to events that must never be forgotten. It constitutes the ultimate ethical motivation for the history of victims. I prefer to say the history of victims rather than the history of the vanquished, for the vanquished are also, in part, candidates for domination who failed. The victims of Auschwitz are, par excellence, the representatives in our memory of all history's victims. Victimization is the other side of history that no cunning of reason can ever justify, and that, instead, reveals the scandal of every theodicy of history. The role of fiction in this memory of the horrible is a corollary to the capacity of horror, and also of admiration, to address itself to events whose explicit uniqueness is of importance. By this I mean that horror, like admiration, exerts a specific function of individuation within our historical consciousness. An individuation that cannot be incorporated into a logic of specification or, even, into a logic of individuation like the one Paul Vane shares with Parent. 7 in relation to this logical individuation, and even in relation to the individuation by time that I spoke of above, I am prepared to use the phrase uniquely unique events. Every other form of individuation is the counterpart to a work of explanation that connects things together. But horror isolates events by making them incomparable, incomparably unique, uniquely unique. If I persist in associating horror with admiration, it is because horror inverts the feeling with which we go forth to meet all that seems to us to be generative, creative. Horror is inverted veneration. It is in this sense that the Holocaust has been considered a negative revelation, an anti-Sinai. The conflict between explanation that connects things together and horror that isolates is carried to its pinnacle here, and yet this latent conflict must not lead to a ruinous dichotomy between a history that would dissolve the event in explanation and a purely emotional retort that would dispense us from thinking the unthinkable. It is important instead to elevate, each by means of the other, historical explanation and individuation through horror. The more we explain in historical terms, the more indignant we become, the more we are struck by the horror of events, the more we seek to understand them. This dialectic rests in the final analysis on the very nature of historical explanation that makes retrodiction a singular causal implication. The conviction expressed here rests on the singularity of genuinely historical explanation, that is, on the fact that historical explanation and the individuation of events through horror, just as through admiration or veneration, cannot remain mutually antithetical. In what way is fiction a corollary of this individuation by horror and by admiration? Here we once again encounter fiction's capacity for provoking an illusion of presence, but one controlled by critical distance. Here again, part of the function of standing for belonging to imaginary acts is to depict by making visible. The new element here is that the controlled illusion is not intended to please or to divert. It is placed in the service of the individuation produced by the horrible as well as by admiration. Individuation by means of the horrible, to which we are particularly attentive, would be blind feeling, regardless of how elevated or how profound it might be, without the quasi-intuitiveness of fiction. Fiction gives eyes to the horrified narrator. Eyes to see and to weep. The present state of literature on the Holocaust provides ample proof of this. Either one counts the cadavers or one tells the story of the victims. Between these two options lies a historical explanation, one that is difficult, if not impossible, to write, conforming to the rules of singular causal imputation. By fusing in this way with history, fiction carries history back to their common origin in the epic. More precisely, what the epic did in the sphere of the admirable, the story of victims does in the sphere of the horrible. This almost negative epic preserves the memory of suffering, on the scale of peoples, as epic and history in its beginnings transformed the ephemeral glory of heroes into a lasting fame. In both cases, fiction is placed in the service of the unforgettable aid it permits historiography to live up to the task of memory. For historiography can exist without memory when it is driven by curiosity alone. It then tends toward exoticism, which is by no means reprehensible in itself, as Paul Vane eloquently pleads with respect to the history of Rome as he teaches it. But there are perhaps crimes that must not be forgotten, victims whose suffering cries less for vengeance than for narration. The will not to forget alone can prevent these crimes from ever occurring again. The historization of fiction. Does fiction offer, on its side, features conducive to its historization, in the same way that history, in the manner we have just stated, calls for a certain fictionalization in the service of its own intention of standing for the past? I shall now examine the hypothesis that fictional narrative in some way imitates historical narrative. Recounting something can then be said to be recounting it as if it were past. To what degree is this as if past essential to narrative meaning? The first indication that this as if past is part of the sense we ascribe to every narrative is of a strictly grammatical nature. Narratives are recounted in the past tense. In fairy tales, the once upon a time marks our entry into narrative. I am, of course, not unaware that this criterion is challenged by Harold Weinrich in his Tempus.9. According to Weinrich, the organization of tenses can be understood only if they are dissociated from the determinations related to the partitioning of time into past, present, and future. Tempus owes nothing to Zeit. Tenses are no more than signals addressed by a speaker to a listener, inviting this listener to receive and decode a verbal message in a certain way. In Volume 2, I examined this interpretation of tenses in terms of communication 10. It is the speech situation that presides over the first distinction that is of interest to us here, since it governs the opposition between narrating, erzählen, and commenting, besprechen. The tenses that govern narrating are held to have no properly temporal function, instead they act as a notice to the reader. This is a narrative. The attitude that corresponds to the narrative would then be relaxation, disengagement, in contrast to the tension and involvement of the entry into commentary. The historical past and the imperfect are, therefore, said to be the tenses of narrative, not because the narrative relates in one way or another to past events, whether real or fictive, but because these tenses orient us toward an attitude of relaxation. The same thing is true, we recall, with regard to the marks of retrospection and prospection along the second axis of communication, the axis of locution, and with regard to putting into relief along the third axis of communication. I discussed in Volume 2 what a theory of time in fiction owes to Weinrich's work. What Tempus demonstrates is that tenses form an infinitely more complex system than the linear representation of time, to which Weinrich is too quick to connect the lived temporal experience expressed in terms of present, past, and future. The phenomenology of temporal experience has acquainted us with many nonlinear aspects of time and with the significations of the notion of past that stem from these nonlinear aspects. So Tempus can be related to Zeit in accordance with modalities other than those of linear writing. It is precisely one of the functions of fiction to detect and to explore some of these temporal significations that everyday experience levels off or obliterates. Moreover, to say that the Pret-Right simply signals the entry into narrative without any temporal signification does not really seem plausible. The idea that narrative has to do with something like a fictive past seems more fruitful to me. If narrative calls for an attitude of detachment, is that not because the past tense of the narrative aims at a temporal quasi-past? What can quasi-past mean? In Part 3 of this work, at the end of my analysis of games with time, I ventured the hypothesis that seems to me to find its best justification in the present discussion. According to this hypothesis, the events recounted in a fictional narrative are past facts for the narrative voice, which we can consider here to be identical with the implied author, that is, with a fictive disguise of the real author. A voice speaks, recounting what for it has taken place. To enter into reading is to include in the pact between the reader and the author the belief that the events reported by the narrative voice belong to the past of that voice. Point 11. If this hypothesis stands up, we can say that fiction is quasi-historical, just as much as history is quasi-fictive. History is quasi-fictive once the quasi-presence of events placed before the eyes of the reader by a lively narrative supplements through its intuitiveness, its vividness, the elusive character of the pastness of the past, which is illustrated by the paradoxes of standing for. Fictional narrative is quasi-historical to the extent that the unreal events that it relates are past facts for the narrative voice that addresses itself to the reader. It is in this that they resemble past events and that fiction resembles history. The relationship is, moreover, circular. It is, we might say, as quasi-historical that fiction gives the past the vivid evocation that makes a great book of history a literary masterpiece. A second reason for holding the as if past to be essential to narrative fiction has to do with the golden rule of implotment that we read in Aristotle, namely, that a good plot must be probable or necessary. Of course, Aristotle attaches no temporal or quasi-temporal significance to the probable. He even expressly opposes what might have happened to what actually did happen, Poetics, 1452b 4, 5. History takes care of the actual past, poetry takes charge of the possible. This objection, however, is no more constraining than that made by Weinreich. Aristotle, in fact, is not at all interested in the difference between past and present. He defines what occurred in terms of the particular and what might have occurred in terms of the universal, the sort of thing that, in the circumstances, a certain person will say or do either probably or necessarily, 1451b 9, point 12. It is the probability of the universal that poses a problem here. This probability is not unrelated, for Aristotle himself, to what we have just called the quasi-past. In the same page where history is opposed to poetry, the tragic poets are praised for having restricted themselves to the use of historical names, and the reason is that what we are disposed to believe, we must think possible. Now, what has been is unquestionably so, 1451b 15, 18. Aristotle suggests here that, in order for us to be disposed to believe, the probable must have a relation of verisimilitude to what has been. He is not actually concerned with knowing whether Ulysses, Agamemnon, or Oedipus are real people of the past. Tragedy, however, must simulate a reference to a legend whose main function is to tie memory and history to the archaic levels of the reign of predecessors. Unfortunately, this simulation of the past by fiction has subsequently been covered over by the aesthetic discussions provoked by the realistic novel. Verisimilitude is then confused with a mode of resemblance to the real that places fiction on the same plane as history. In this respect, it is certainly true that the great novelists of the 19th century can be read as auxiliary historians or, better, as sociologists before the fact, as if the novel occupied a still vacant place in the realm of the human sciences. This example, however, is finally misleading. It is not when the novel has a direct historical or sociological role, combined with its aesthetic role, that it poses the most interesting problem with respect to its verisimilitude. The true mimesis of action is to be found in the works of art least concerned with reflecting their epoch. Imitation, in the usual sense of the term, is here the unparalleled enemy of mimesis. It is precisely when a work of art breaks with this sort of verisimilitude that it displays its true mimetic function. The quasi-past of the narrative voice is then entirely different from the past of historical consciousness. It is, however, identified with the probable in the sense of what might have been. This is the past-like note that resonates in every claim to verisimilitude, outside of any mirroring of the past. The interpretation I am proposing here of the quasi-historical character of fiction quite clearly overlaps with the interpretation I also proposed of the quasi-fictive character of the historical past. If it is true that one of the functions of fiction bound up with history is to free, retrospectively, certain possibilities that were not actualized in the historical past, it is owing to its quasi-historical character that fiction itself is able, after the fact, to perform its liberating function. The quasi-past of fiction in this way becomes the detector of possibilities buried in the actual past. What might have been the possible in Aristotle's terms includes both the potentialities of the real past and the unreal possibilities of pure fiction. This deep affinity between the verisimilitude of pure fiction and the unrealized possibilities of the historical past explains perhaps, in turn, why fiction's freedom in relation to the constraints of history, constraints epitomized by documentary proof, does not constitute, as was stated above, the final word about the freedom of fiction. Free from the external constraint of documentary proof, is not fiction internally bound by its obligation to its quasi-past, which is another name for the constraint of verisimilitude. Free from. Artists must still render themselves free for. If this were not the case, how could we explain the anguish and the suffering of artistic creation? Does not the quasi-past of the narrative voice exercise an internal constraint on novelistic creation, which is all the more imperious in that it does not coincide with the external constraint of documentary facts? And does not the difficult law of creation, which is to render in the most perfect way the vision of the world that animates the narrative voice, simulate, to the point of being indistinguishable from it, history's debt to the people of the past, to the dead? Debt for debt, who, the historian or the novelist, is the most insolvent? In conclusion, the interweaving of history and fiction in the refiguration of time rests, in the final analysis, upon this reciprocal overlapping, the quasi-historical moment of fiction changing places with the quasi-fictive moment of history. In this interweaving, this reciprocal overlapping, this exchange of places, originates what is commonly called human time, where the standing for the past in history is united with the imaginative variations of fiction, against the background of the aporias of the phenomenology of time. Point 13. To what kind of totalization does this time, issuing from the refiguration through narrative, lend itself, if this time has to be considered as the collective singular reality that groups together all the procedures of interweaving described above? This is what still remains to be examined. 9. Should we renounce Hegel? The confrontation with Hegel that I am about to undertake has been made necessary by the emergence of a problem resulting from the very conclusion to which the 5 preceding chapters have led. This problem, whose broad outlines I sketched in the introductory pages to the second section of this volume, stems from the presupposition, reiterated by every great philosophy of time, of the oneness of time. Time is always represented in these philosophies as a singular collective. This presupposition cannot be made by the phenomenologies of time, referred to above, except at the price of great difficulties, which I shall consider once more in my concluding chapter. The question for the moment is whether a unitary historical consciousness, capable of comparing itself to this postulated oneness of time, and of making its aporias fruitful, proceeds from the interweaving referential intentions of historical and fictional narrative. As regards the legitimacy of this ultimate question, I will not turn to the argument drawn from the semantics of the word history, at least in the modern period. That argument, however, will be taken up at the beginning of the next chapter. Here I prefer to seek a handhold for our question about the totalization of the historical consciousness in the difficulties encountered above in the course of our chapter devoted to the reality of the past as such. If, as we then admitted, the relative failure of all thought about the past as such stems from the abstraction of the past, from the breaking of its bonds with the present and the future, is not the true repose to the aporias of time to be sought in a mode of thought that embraces past, present, and future as a whole? Ought we not to decipher from the disparity of the leading kinds, which articulate the representation of the past as such, reenactment, the positing of otherness and difference, metaphorical assimilation, the symptom of a kind of thinking that has not dared to elevate itself to grasping history as the totalization of time in the eternal present? From this question comes the Hegelian temptation. The Hegelian temptation. The history that Hegelian philosophy takes as its theme is no longer a historian's history, it is a philosopher's history. Point 1 Hegel speaks of world history, not universal history. Why? Because the idea capable of conferring a unity on history, the idea of freedom, is only understood by someone who has traversed the whole philosophy of the spirit presented in the Encyclopedia of the Philosophical Sciences, that is, by someone who has thought through the conditions that make freedom both rational and real in the spirit's process of self-realization. In this sense, only the philosopher can write this history. Point 2. There is no real introduction to the application of thought to history, p. 25, therefore. It establishes itself without any transition or intermediary stage upon the philosophical act of faith that is consubstantial with the system. The only thought which philosophy brings with it is the simple idea of reason, the idea that reason governs the world, and that world history is therefore a rational process, p. 27. Point 3 For the historian, this conviction remains a hypothesis, a presupposition, and therefore an idea imposed a priori on the facts. For the speculative philosopher, it has the authority of the self-presentation, the Selbstdarstellung, of the whole system. It is a truth, the truth that reason is not an impotent ideal but a force. It is not a mere abstraction, something that ought to be, but an infinite force that, unlike finite forces, produces the circumstances for its own realization. This philosophical credo sums up rather well the phenomenology of spirit as well as the encyclopedia, and takes up again their obstinate refutation of the split between a formal system based on the idea and an empirical system based on facts. What is rational, what is rational is real. This conviction, which governs the whole Hegelian philosophy of history, can only be introduced in an abrupt way inasmuch as it is the system as a whole that confirms it. Point 4. The philosophy of history, however, is not confined to the simple tautology of the declaration I have cited. Or if, in the final analysis, it does reveal itself to be one giant tautology, this is at the end of a traversal that, as such, counts as a proof. It is upon the articulations of this traversal that I want now to concentrate, for it is in them that the Aufhebung of narration is consummated. Hegel places these articulations under the sign of the determination, Bestimmung, of reason. Being unable, in a relatively popular work, to reproduce the complex proof structure that the encyclopedia borrows from philosophical logic, the lectures on the philosophy of history content themselves with a more exoteric form of argumentation, constructed on the familiar moments of the ordinary notion of teleology, without for all that returning to external finality, goal, means, material, actualization. And this progression in terms of 4 moments at least has the advantage of making clear the difficulty of equating the rational and the real, which a hastier form of reflection, limited to the relationship between means and end, would appear to be able to establish more easily. This retreat out of reach of the ultimate adequation is not without significance for our problem of a perfect mediation, as will become apparent shortly. The initial moment of the process consists in positing an ultimate end to history. To try to define reason in itself, if we consider reason in relation to the world, amounts to asking what the ultimate Endzweck of the world is, p. 44. This abrupt declaration is not surprising if we recall that the philosophy of history presupposes the whole system. It alone authorizes us to declare that this ultimate goal is the self-realization of freedom. This starting point, with one move, distinguishes philosophical world history, once again called a thoughtful consideration of history. As a result, a philosophical history will read history, principally political history, under the guidance of an idea that only philosophy can entirely legitimate. Philosophy, it must be said, introduces itself into the very posing of the question. In any case, a meditation that does not take up the questions of means, material, and actualization will not be able to get beyond the level of the abstract determination of spirit, p. 47, separated from its historical proof. In fact, the determination of the spirit other than through its proofs can be designated only through its opposition to nature, ibid. Freedom itself remains abstract so long as it remains opposed to external material determinations. The spirit's power of remaining within itself, basic, then still finds its contrary outside itself in matter. Even the brief presentation, Darstellian, of the history of freedom, as the quantitative extension of freedom in the Orient, just one person is free, with the Greeks, some are free, and with Germanic Christianity, humanity as such is free, p. 54, remains abstract so long as we do not know its means. Certainly, we do have here the schematism of the development of the spirit as well as that of the phases, Einteilung, of world history, but we lack the realization and the reality that goes with the ringing affirmation that the only goal of the spirit is to make freedom real, pages 55 to 67. The only concrete note given the affirmation that the spirit produces itself as its own product, p. 48, is its identification with the spirit of a nation, Volksgeist, p. 55. It is precisely the spirit of a nation, in its substance and its consciousness, that, in actual history, attains representation. In a general way, with this spirit of a nation, we have crossed the threshold of history and left behind the limited perspective of the individual. Nonetheless, this real advance toward what is concrete does not cross the frontiers of abstract determination insofar as, in the development of a national spirit, we are restricted to juxtaposing the multiple national spirits to the unique world spirit, Weltgeist, thereby leaving side by side the polytheism of such spirits and the monotheism of the spirit. So long as we have not brought to light how such a national spirit is part of the world spirit, we have not overcome the abstractness of the affirmation that world history belongs to the realm of spirit. How does the decline of the different national spirits, taken one at a time, and the rise of others, attest to the immortality of the world spirit, of the spirit as such? That the spirit is engaged successively in this or that historical configuration is just a corollary of the, still abstract, affirmation that the spirit is one throughout its various particularizations. To attain the meaning of this passage of the spirit from one people to another is the high point of the philosophical comprehension of history. It is at this critical stage that the question arises of the means freedom gives itself in order to actualize itself in history. It is also at this point that the overly renowned thesis of the cunning of reason intervenes. But what is important at this point is to note that the cunning of reason constitutes just one step on the way to the full actualization of reason in history. What is more, this argument itself includes several steps, all marked with warnings, as if to soften an expected blow, cf. pages 68 to 93. The first thing to see is that it is within the field of a theory of action that the solution is to be sought. This is where the very first realization takes place, where an intention gets expressed in a selfish interest, for the infinite right of the subject is the second essential moment of freedom, in that the subject must itself be satisfied by whatever activity or task it performs, p. 70. In this way, every moralizing denunciation of the alleged egoism of interests is set aside. And it is on this same level of a theory of action that it may also be affirmed that interest gets its energy from passion. We recall another well-known saying of Hegel's, "Nothing great has been accomplished in the world without passion," p. 73. In other words, moral conviction is nothing without the total and unreserved motivation of an idea mobilized by passion. What is at stake in this saying is precisely what the judging consciousness in the phenomenology of spirit calls evil, that is, the focusing of all my forces on my own satisfaction. How can the world spirit, born from the spirit of a nation, annex, as its means of realization, these convictions incarnated in interests and moved by passions that the moralist identifies as evil? Hegel's meditation calls for three new steps. First, a decisive step is added to the analysis of passion. In the intention that goes with the passion are concealed two intentions, one that the individual is aware of and one that is unknown to him. On the first side, the individual directs himself toward determined and finite ends, on the other, he unknowingly serves interests that surpass him. Whoever does something, produces unintended effects that make his acts escape his intentions and that develop their own logic. As a rule, an action may have implications which transcend the intention and consciousness of the agent, p. 75.5. By making recourse to this second, hidden intention, Hegel believes he gets closer to his goal, which is to abolish the contingent, p. 28. For original history and reflective history, this other than intended would be the last word. Point 6. The cunning of reason is precisely what is to take this other than up again into the plans of the Weltgeist. How? By a second step forward, we leave the sphere of selfish interests and begin to consider the unintended effects of the individual in the sphere of the interests of a people and of the state. Therefore we must include within the theory of means that of the material of rational history. The state is the place, the historical configuration where the idea and its satisfaction come together. Outside the state, there is no reconciliation between the spirit, seeking to actualize freedom, and individuals, passionately seeking their own satisfaction within the horizon of their own interests. Between the in itself of this will toward freedom and the for itself of passion a gap remains. Hegel does not respond to this contradiction with an easy reconciliation. The contradiction remains pointed as long as the argument remains within the bounds of the antithesis of happiness and unhappiness. Indeed, we must admit that history is not the soil in which happiness grows, p. 79. Paradoxically, the periods of happiness of a people are the blank pages of history. We must renounce consolation to attain reconciliation. We may then link this second step to the first one. From the point of view of the individual, the disastrous fate of an Alexander, a Caesar, and maybe also a Napoleon, is the history of a failed project, and this history remains imprisoned within the same subjective circle of action that nevertheless betrays its intention. It is only from the point of view of the higher interests of freedom and its progress in the state that the failure of these individuals may appear as significant. There remains one last step to dare, one that the preceding example anticipates. Beyond a soil, Boden, that is, the state where the higher interests of freedom, which are also the interests of the spirit, and the selfish interests of individuals can coincide, the argument also requires extraordinary agents, capable of carrying out destinies that are themselves out of the ordinary, where the unintended consequences of their actions add to the progress of institutions upholding freedom. These agents of history, in which passion and the idea overlap, are the ones Hegel calls the great men of history, die großen Welthistorischen Individuen, p. 76. They appear on the scene when conflicts and oppositions bear witness to the vitality of the spirit of a nation and when a productive idea, p. 82, seeks to open the way to further development. This productive idea is known to no one. It inhabits great men without their knowing it, and their passion is entirely guided by this idea that is seeking realization. We might say, in another vocabulary, that they incarnate the kairos of an age. Men of passion, they are also men of unhappiness. Their passion gives them life, their fate kills them. This evil and this unhappiness are the realization of the spirit. In this way, not only the dissenting tone of the moralists but also the envy of the mean-spirited is overthrown. There is no use in lingering over the saying taken from the Phenomenology, which had taken it from Goethe, that no man is a hero to his valet de chambre, p. 87. In contrast to these two types of ill-tempered individuals, who are often one and the same person, we must dare to affirm that a mighty figure must trample many an innocent flower underfoot, and destroy much that lies in the path, p. 89. It is only now that Hegel speaks of the cunning of reason, List der Vernunft, Ibid. He does so therefore in a context that has been made precise through the double stamp of evil and unhappiness on the condition, first, that a particular interest animated by a great passion unknowingly serves freedom's self-production, on the condition, second, that the particular be destroyed in order that the universal may be saved. The cunning here consists simply in the fact that reason sets the passions to work in its service for sich, Ibid. Along with their apparently destructive appearance from an external perspective, and their apparently suicidal nature internally, they bear the destiny of higher ends. Hence the thesis of the cunning of reason comes to occupy exactly the place that theodicy assigns to evil when it protests that evil is not in vain. However, Hegel believes the philosophy of the spirit succeeds where theodicy has hitherto failed, because it alone demonstrates how reason makes use of the passions, unfolds their concealed intentionality, incorporates their second intention into the political destiny of states, and finds in the great men of history the elect of this adventure of the spirit. The ultimate end has finally found its means, one which is not external to it, inasmuch as it is in satisfying their particular ends that these elect of the spirit accomplish goals that transcend them, and inasmuch as the sacrifice of particularity, which is the price to be paid, is justified by the office of reason that this sacrifice fills. The critical point is thereby indicated. In a reconciliation without consolation, the particularity that suffers, for a reason unknown to itself, receives no satisfaction. Schiller is left with his sadness. Reason cannot concern itself with particular and finite ends, but only with the absolute, p. 28. However, the introduction to Hegel's lectures is not yet complete. There is still something lacking if the concrete reality of the spirit, its Wirklichkeit, is to equal its final goal, the Endzweck of history. There follows a long development devoted to the material, das Material, pages 93 to 115, of free reason. This is nothing other than the state, whose role we anticipated in speaking of the soil in which the whole process of the actualization of freedom takes root. Around this pole gravitate all the powers that give flesh to the spirit of a nation, religion, science, art, which we shall not consider here. What is more surprising is that the outcome of the course pursued, which goes beyond this section, seems to suggest that the project of realization, of actualization, Verwirklichung, of the spirit is never finished. To the fourth stage, entitled Actualization, pages 44 to 124, marked by the establishing of the state founded on rights on the basis of the idea of a constitution, is added another supplementary one on the course of world history, pages 124 to 51, where the principle of development must in turn be articulated in terms of a Stufengang, those successive stages, p. 129, which themselves call for an investigation directed not so much at the beginning as at the course, Verlauf, of this development. p. 138. It is only with this Verlauf that the concept of philosophical world history is complete, or rather, with it, we finally reach the basis of the work that is to follow. All that remains is to put together the philosophical history of the ancient world, the real theater of world history, p. 190, where this course has to be organized in terms of an adequate principle of phases, die Einteilung der Weltgeschichte, p. 197, for it is the carrying out of this task that constitutes the required proof. Point 7. What becomes of historical time in this process of actualization? As a first approximation, the philosophy of history seems to consecrate the irreducibly temporal character of reason itself, to the extent that reason gets equated with its works. It is as a development, Entwicklung, that we may characterize this process. But this temporalization of history, to use an expression of Reinhard Koselleck's that I shall return to in the next chapter, does not exhaust itself in the historization of reason which seems to be the result of this process. It is the very mode of this temporalization that raises a question. For a narrower approximation, it seems as though the process of temporalization gets sublimated into the idea of a return upon itself, Rückkehr in sich selber, p. 149, of the spirit and its concept, by means of which its reality is identical to its presence. Philosophy, it must be said, is concerned with what is present and real, dem Gegenwärtigen, Wirklichen, p. 151. This equating of reality and presence marks the abolition of narrativity in the thoughtful consideration of history. It is the final meaning of the passage from original and reflective history to philosophical history. Point 8. The way in which this equation is obtained merits attention. It is, in fact, a matter of something quite different than any amelioration of the idea of progress, despite the initial assertion of an impulse of perfectibility, p. 125, of Betrieb der Perfektibilität that sets the principle of development within the space of the philosophy of the Enlightenment. The harsh tone with which the conceptual negligence and the triviality of the Aufklärer are denounced leaves little doubt of this. The tragic version of development that is given, along with the effort to make the tragic and the logical correspond, leaves no doubt about Hegel's originality in treating the temporalization of history. The opposition between spirit and nature is the didactic instrument of this conceptual breakthrough. Development, therefore, is not just a harmless and peaceful process of growth hervorgen like that of organic life, but a hard and obstinate struggle with itself, p. 127. This role for the negative, the work of the negative, will not surprise the reader familiar with the long preface to the Phenomenology of Spirit. What is new is the correspondence between historical time and the work of the negative. The concept of the spirit is such that historical development must take place in the temporal world. But time entails the property of negativity, ibid. Better, this relation to non-existence is a function of time, it is a relation which exists not only for thought, but also for our immediate perception, ibid. How? And where? In and through the successive stages in the development of that principle, Stufengang der Entwicklung des Prinzips, p. 129, that, in marking the break between biological time and historical time, indicates the return of the transitory to the eternal. This concept of the Stufengang der Entwicklung des Prinzips is truly the temporal equivalent of the cunning of reason. It is the time of the cunning of reason. What is most noteworthy here is that the Stufengang repeats, at a higher altitude of the great spiral, one major feature of organic life, with which, however, it breaks. This is the feature of the permanence of species that assures the repetition of the same and that makes change a cyclic course. Historical time breaks with organic time in that in this case, change occurs not just on the surface but within the concept, p. 128. In the natural world, the species does not progress, but in the world of the spirit, each change is a form of progress, ibid, given the reservation of the change in meaning that henceforth affects the notion of progress. In the transformation from one spiritual configuration to another occurs the transfiguration, Verklärung, of the preceding one. This explains why spiritual phenomena occur within the medium of time, ibid. And the history of the world, therefore, is in essence the expression die Auslegung of spirit in time, just as nature is the expression of the idea in space, ibid. However, an analogy between spirit and nature then turns this simple opposition into a dialectic. Spiritual configurations have a perenniality analogous to the permanence of the species. At first sight, this permanence seems to be impervious to the work of the negative. If non-existence does not encroach upon something, we describe it as permanent, pages 127 to 28. In fact, this perenniality integrates the work of the negative thanks to the cumulative character of historical change. The stages in world history in this sense are the analog, on the plane of history, of the permanence of the natural species, but their temporal structure differs in that, while nations pass away, their creations endure. Fortbestehen, p. 129. This sequence of configurations can, in turn, elevate itself to eternity because the perenniality attained by each step, in spite of and thanks to the inquietude of life, is taken up in a higher perenniality that is the present depth of the spirit. We cannot overemphasize the qualitative aspect of this perenniality in opposition to the quantitative aspect of chronological time, ibid. The lapidary formulation of the first version of the lectures The History of the World accordingly represents darstellt the successive stages Stufengang in the development of that principle whose substantial content is the consciousness of freedom, pages 129 to 30, sums up well the differences and the analogies between the course of nature and the course of world history. The Stufengang is not a chronological sequence but a winding up that is at the same time an unfolding, a process of making explicit, and a return upon itself of the spirit. The identity between the becoming explicit, Auslegung, and the return is the eternal present. It is only for a purely quantitative interpretation of the sequence of historical stages that the process appears to be infinite and progress looks as though it will never rejoin its eternally postponed end. For the qualitative interpretation of the perenniality of the stages and their course, the return upon itself does not allow itself to become dissipated into the bad infinity of endless progress. It is in this spirit that we should read the final paragraph of Hofmeister's edition of Reason in History. But what the spirit is now, it has always been. The spirit has all the stages of the past still adhering to it, and the life of the spirit in history consists of a cycle of different states, of which some belong to the present and others have appeared in forms of the past. Those moments which the spirit appears to have outgrown still belong to it in the depths of its present. Just as it has passed through all its moments in history, so also must it pass through them again in the present in the concept it has formed of itself, p. 151. This is why the opposition between the past as no longer being and the future as open is inessential. The difference is between the dead past and the living past, this latter being related to what is essential. If our concern as historians carries us toward a past that is gone and a transitory present, our concern as philosophers turns us toward what is neither past nor future, toward what is, toward what has an eternal existence. Therefore, if Hegel limits himself to the past, like the non-philosophical historian, and rejects all prediction and prophecy, it is because he abolishes the verbal tenses, just as Parmenides did in his poem and Plato did in his Timaeus, into the philosophical is. It is true that freedom's realization of itself does require a development and cannot ignore the historian's was and is, but only because we are to discern in them the signs of the philosophical is. It is to this degree, and given this reservation, that philosophical history does bear the features of a form of retrodiction. It is true that in the philosophy of history, as in the philosophy of right, philosophy comes on the scene too late. But for the philosopher, what counts about the past are those signs of maturity from which shine a sufficient clarity concerning what is essential. Hegel's wager is that enough meaning has been accumulated for us to decipher in them the ultimate end of the world in its relation to the ends and the material that assure its realization. Before submitting the Hegelian thesis about historical time to criticism, let us take stock of what is at stake in this discussion as regards our analyses in preceding chapters. Hegelian philosophy seems at first able to do justice to the significance of the trace. Is not the Stufengang the trace of reason in history? In the end, this is not the case. The assumption of historical time into the eternal present abolishes rather than challenges the unsurpassable character of the significance of the trace. This significance, it will be recalled, lay in the fact that the trace signified without making something appear. With Hegel, this restriction is abolished. To persist in the present, for the past, is to remain. And to remain is to have repose in the eternal present of speculative thought. The same may be said of the problem posed by the pastness of the past. Hegelian philosophy is no doubt fully justified in denouncing the abstraction of the notion of the past as such. But it dissolves rather than resolves the problem of the relation of the historical past to the present. After all, is it not a question, even while conserving as much as possible of the other, of affirming the final victory of the same? As a result, any reason for having recourse of the leading kind of the analogous disappears, for it is the very relation of standing for that has lost all its raison d'être, just as did the notion of the trace that is linked to it. The impossible total mediation. We must admit that a critique of Hegel is impossible that would not include the simple expression of our incredulity as regards his major proposition, to wit, that the only thought which philosophy brings with it is the simple idea of reason, the idea that reason governs the world, and that world history is therefore a rational process. This is his philosophical credo, for which the cunning of reason is an apologetic doublet, and the Stufengang the temporal projection. Yes, intellectual honesty demands the confession that, for us, the loss of credibility the Hegelian philosophy of history has undergone has the significance of an event in thinking, concerning which we may say neither that we brought it about nor that it simply happened, and concerning which we do not know if it is indicative of a catastrophe that still is crippling us or a deliverance whose glory we dare not celebrate. The leaving behind of Hegelianism, whether from the point of view of Kierkegaard, or Feuerbach, or Marx, or the German school of history, to say nothing of Nietzsche, whom I shall refer to in the next chapter, appears to us, after the fact, as a kind of beginning, or even as an origin. I mean, this exodus is so intimately linked to our way of asking questions that we can no longer warrant it by some form of reason higher than that referred to in Hegel's title, Reason in History, no more than we can jump over our own shadow. For the history of ideas, the incredibly rapid collapse of Hegelianism, as the dominant mode of thought, is a fact that stands out like an earthquake. But that it happened, and happened so quickly, is clearly not a proof of anything. This is all the more true in that the reasons for this downfall alleged by Hegel's adversaries, those who in fact replaced his philosophy, appear today as a monumental case of misunderstanding and malevolence, given a more careful reading of the Hegelian texts. Thus the paradox is that we should become aware of the unique character of this event in thinking only when we come to denounce the distortions of meaning that facilitated the elimination of Hegel's philosophy. Point 9. A critique worthy of Hegel must measure itself against his central affirmation that philosophy can attain not only the present, by summing up the known past, taken as the seed of the anticipated future, but also the eternal present, which assures the underlying unity of the surpassed past and the coming manifestations of life that already announce themselves by means of what we understand, because what we understand has already grown old. It is this passage, this step by which the surpassed past is retained in the present of each age, and equated with the eternal present of the spirit, that seemed impossible to carry out to those successors of Hegel who had already taken their distance with regard to his work. What, in fact, is the spirit that holds together the spirits of nations and the spirit of the world? Is it the same spirit as the one that, in the philosophy of religion, both required and refused the narratives and the symbols of figurative thought, once transposed into the field of history? Could the spirit of cunning reason appear otherwise than as the spirit of a shameful theology, even though Hegel no doubt did try to make philosophy a secularized form of theology? The fact is that the spirit of the century, at least from the end of the first third of the 19th century on, everywhere substituted the word man or humanity, or the human spirit, or human culture for Hegel's spirit, concerning which we do not really know whether it is man or God. Perhaps the Hegelian equivocation can only be denounced at the price of another equivocation of equal scale. Must not the human spirit avail itself of all the attributes of the Hegelian spirit if it is to claim to have drawn the gods from the crucible of its own imagination? Is not theology all the more rampant and all the more shameful in Feuerbach's humanism with its species being, Gattungswesen? These questions attest to why we are not capable of recognizing our reasons for not being Hegelian in the reasons given by those who carried the day against him. What, too, are we to say of the transformation that has occurred in historical consciousness itself when it brings about an encounter with the grandeur of humanity, for its own reasons, by way of the humanistic conversion of the Hegelian spirit? It is a fact that the emancipation of German historiography, stemming from even further afield than Ranke, and which Hegel battled in vain, could only reject all the directive concepts of Hegel's philosophy of history, from the idea of freedom to that of the Stufengang of development, as an arbitrary intrusion of the a priori into the field of historical inquiry. Hegel's argument that what is a presupposition for the historian is a truth for the philosopher was no longer understood or even paid any attention. The more history became empirical, the less credibility speculative history retained. But, in fact, who today does not see how laden with ideas this empirical historiography was that believed itself innocent of speculation? And in how many of these ideas do we recognize today unacknowledged doublets of some Hegelian ghost, beginning with the concepts of the spirit of a nation, of a culture, of an age? 11. If these anti-Hegelian arguments no longer speak to us today, what then has that event in thought that is the loss of credibility of the Hegelian philosophical credo become? We must risk posing this issue for ourselves in a second reading of Hegel's text, in which all the transitions appear to us to be errors and all the overlappings dissimulations. Starting from the end and returning toward the beginning, in a backward reading, our suspicion finds an initial handhold in the final equating of the Stufenganger Entwicklung and the eternal present. The step we can no longer take is this one that equates with the eternal present the capacity of the actual present to retain the known past and anticipate the future indicated in the tendencies of this past. The very notion of history is abolished by philosophy as soon as the present, equated with what is real, abolishes its difference from the past. The self-understanding that goes with historical awareness is born precisely from the unscapable fact of this difference. 12 What stands out, for us, is the mutual overlapping of the three terms, spirit in itself, development, and difference, that, taken together, make up the concept of the Stufenganger Entwicklung. However, if this equating of development and present no longer holds, all the other equations also fall apart in a chain reaction. How can we bring together totalize all the national spirits in a single world spirit? 13 In fact, the more we think in terms of a Volksgeist the less we think of a Weltgeist. This is a gap that Romanticism continued to widen, drawing from the Hegelian concept of a Volksgeist a powerful plea for differences. And how could the suture hold against the analyses devoted to the material of the realization of the spirit, especially the state, whose absence on a worldwide level motivated the passage from the philosophy of right to the philosophy of history? Indeed, contemporary history, far from filling this lack in the philosophy of right, has accentuated it. In the 20th century, we have seen Europe's claim to totalize the history of the world come undone. We have even seen the heritages it tried to integrate in terms of one guiding idea come undone. Eurocentrism died with the political suicide of Europe in the First World War, with the ideological rending produced by the October Revolution, and with the withdrawal of Europe from the world scene, along with the fact of decolonization and the unequal and probably antagonistic development that opposes the industrialized nations to the rest of the world. It now seems to us as though Hegel, seizing a favorable moment, a kairos, which has been revealed for what it was to our perspective and our experience, only totalized a few leading aspects of the spiritual history of Europe and of its geographical and historical environment, ones that, since that time, have come undone. What has come undone is the very substance of what Hegel sought to make into a concept. Difference has turned against development, conceived of as a Stufengang. The victim of this chain reaction is the conceptual conglomeration Hegel gave the title realization of the spirit. Here too, what was made has become undone. On the one hand, the interest of individuals no longer seems to us to be satisfied, if this satisfaction does not take into account the conscious intentions of their action, but only retains a second intention that goes unknown to them. Before so many victims and so much suffering that we have seen, the dissociation Hegel introduces between consolation and reconciliation has become intolerable. On the other hand, the passion of the great men of history no longer seems capable to us of carrying, by itself, the whole weight of meaning, like Atlas. As the emphasis on political history wanes, it is the great anonymous forces of history that hold our attention, fascinate us, and make us uneasy, more than do the disastrous fates of Alexander, Caesar, and Napoleon, and the involuntary sacrifice of their passions on the altar of history. So at the same time, all the components that come together in the concept of the cunning of reason, particular interests, the passions of great historical men, the higher interests of the state, the spirit of a nation, and the world spirit come apart and appear to us today like the membra disjecta of an impossible totalization. Even the expression cunning of reason no longer intrigues us. Instead we find it repugnant, almost like a magician's trick that does not work. Moving even further backward in Hegel's text, what seems to us highly problematic is the very project of composing a philosophical history of the world that would be defined in terms of the realization of the spirit in history. However much we may misunderstand the term spirit in itself, as the spirit of a nation, or as the world spirit, however much we may fail to recognize the self-realizing intention already contained in the abstract determination of reason in history, however unjust most of our criticisms may be, what we have abandoned is Hegel's very worksite. We no longer seek the basis upon which the history of the world may be thought of as a completed whole, even if this realization is taken as inchoative or only present as a seed. We are no longer even sure whether the idea of freedom is or should be the focal point of this realization, especially if we put the accent on the political realization of freedom. Even if we do take it as our guideline, we are not certain that its historical incarnations form a Stufenfalls rather than just a branching development where difference constantly wins out over identity. Perhaps among all the aspirations of people for freedom there is just a family resemblance such as the one with which Wittgenstein wanted to credit the least discredited philosophical concepts. In fact, it is the very project of totalization that indicates the break between Hegel's philosophy of history and every model of understanding, however distantly akin, to the idea of narration and implotment. Despite the seduction of the idea, the cunning of reason is not the peripeteia that can encompass all the reversals of history, because the realization of freedom cannot be taken as the plot behind every plot. In other words, the leaving behind of Hegelianism signifies renouncing the attempt to decipher the supreme plot. We now understand better the sense in which the exodus from Hegelianism may be called an event in thinking. This event does not affect history in the sense of historiography but rather historical consciousness's understanding of itself, its self-understanding. In this sense, it is inscribed in the hermeneutics of historical consciousness. This event is even in its way a hermeneutical phenomenon. To admit that the self-understanding of the historical consciousness can be so affected by events that, to repeat, we cannot say whether we produced them or they simply happened, is to admit the finitude of the philosophical act that makes up the self-understanding of the historical consciousness. This finitude in interpretation signifies that all thought about thought has presuppositions that it can never master, which in their turn become the situations beginning from which we think, without our being able to think them through in themselves. Consequently, in quitting Hegelianism, we have to dare to say that the thoughtful consideration of history attempted by Hegel was itself a hermeneutical phenomenon, even an interpretive one, submitted to the same condition of finitude. Yet to characterize Hegelianism as an event of thought arising from the finite condition of the self-understanding of the historical consciousness does not constitute an argument against Hegel. It simply testifies to the fact that we no longer think in the same way Hegel did, but after Hegel. For what readers of Hegel, once they have been seduced by the power of Hegel's thought as I have, do not feel the abandoning of this philosophy as a wound that, unlike those that affect the absolute spirit, will not be healed. For such readers, if they are not to give in to the weaknesses of nostalgia, we must wish the courage of the work of mourning. 14. 10. Towards a hermeneutics of historical consciousness. Having left Hegel behind, can we still claim to think about history and the time of history? The answer would be negative if the idea of a total mediation were to exhaust the field of thought. But another way remains, that of an open-ended, incomplete, imperfect mediation, namely, the network of interweaving perspectives of the expectation of the future, the reception of the past, and the experience of the present, with no aufhebung into a totality where reason in history and its reality would coincide. The following pages are devoted to the exploration of this way. They begin from one particular strategic decision. Having renounced attacking head-on the question of the vanishing reality of the past as it really was, we have to reverse the order of problems and begin from the project of history, from history as what has to be made, in order to rediscover in it the dialectic of the past and the future and their exchanges in the present. As regards the reality of the past, no one can, I think, really go beyond, by way of any direct approach, the preceding interplay of broken-off perspectives arising from the reactualization of the same, the recognition of otherness, and the assumption of the analogous. To go any further, we have to take up the problem from the other end and to explore the idea that these broken-off perspectives come together in a sort of pluralistic unity if we bring them together under the idea of a reception of the past, pushed to the point of becoming a being affected by the past. And this idea takes on meaning and strength only if it is opposed to the idea of making history. Even the idea of tradition, which already includes a genuine tension between the perspective of the past and that of the present, and thereby increases temporal distance at the same time that it crosses. It does not give rise to thought, either by itself or as coming first, in spite of its undeniable mediating virtues, unless it is by way of the intentionality of a history to be made that refers back to it. In the end, the idea of the historical present, which, for a first approximation at least, seems to be dethroned from the inaugurating function it had for Augustine and Husserl, will receive a new luster from its terminal position in the interplay of interweaving perspectives. Nothing says that the present reduces to presence. Why, in the transition from future to past, should the present not be the time of initiative, that is, the time when the weight of history that has already been made is deposited, suspended, and interrupted, and when the dream of history yet to be made is transposed into a responsible decision? Therefore it is within the dimension of acting, and suffering, which is its corollary, that thought about history will bring together its perspectives, within the horizon of the idea of an imperfect mediation. The future and its past. The immediate benefit of this reversal of strategy is that it gets rid of the most tenacious abstraction that our attempts to circumscribe the reality of the past suffered from, the abstraction of the past as past. This abstraction is a result of forgetting the complex interplay of significations that takes place between our expectations directed toward the future and our interpretations oriented toward the past. To combat this forgetfulness, I propose to adopt as a guideline for the following analyses the polarity Reinhard Koselleck has introduced between the two categories of space of experience and horizon of expectation. 1. The choice of these terms seems to me a judicious and particularly illuminating one, especially as regards a hermeneutics of historical time. But why speak of a space of experience rather than of the persistence of the past in the present, even if these notions are related? 2. For one thing, the German word Erfahrung has a noteworthy scope. Whether it be a question of private experience or of experience transmitted by prior generations or current institutions, it is always a question of something foreign being overcome, of some acquisition that has become a habitus. 3. For another thing, the term space evokes the idea of different possible traversals following a multitude of itineraries, and above all the idea of a stratified structure assembled like a pile of sheets of paper, an idea that gets away from the idea of the past so assembled as a simple chronology. As for the expression horizon of expectation, it could not have been better chosen. For one thing, the term expectation is broad enough to include hope and fear, what is wished for and what is chosen, rational calculations, curiosity, in short, every private or public manifestation aimed at the future. As with experience in relation to the present, expectation relative to the future is inscribed in the present. It is the future become present, Vergegenwärtig Zukunft, turned toward the not yet. If, for another thing, we speak here of a horizon rather than of space, this is to indicate the power of unfolding as much as of surpassing that is attached to expectation. In this way, the lack of symmetry between the space of experience and the horizon of expectation is underscored. This opposition between gathering together and unfolding implies that experience tends toward integration, expectation tends toward the breaking open of perspectives. Erwartungen sind überallbar, gemacht Erfahrungen werden gesammelt. Cultivated expectations can be revised, experiences one has had are collected, futures past, p. 273. In this sense, expectation cannot be derived from experience. Put another way, the previously existing space of experience is not sufficient for the determination of the horizon of expectation, p. 275. Conversely, there is no surprise for which the baggage of experience is too light, it could not be otherwise. Hence the space of experience and the horizon of expectation do more than stand in a polar opposition, they mutually condition each other. This is the temporal structure of experience, and without retroactive expectation it cannot be accumulated, ibid. Before thematizing each of these expressions in turn, it is important first to recall, under Koselleck's guidance, some of the major changes that affected the vocabulary of history during the second half of the 18th century in Germany. New meanings, often attributed to old words, will later serve to identify the in-depth articulation of the new historical experience indicated by a new relation between the space of experience and the horizon of expectation. The word Geschichte stands at the center of the conceptual network then in movement. For example, in German, we see the term History give way to the term Geschichte, with the double connotation of a sequence of events taking place and the relating of events done or undergone, in other words, in the twofold sense of actual history and told history. Geschichte signifies precisely the relationship between the series of events and the series of narratives. In history as narrative, history as event comes to know itself, in Droysen's formula. 4 Yet for this convergence in meaning to be realized, it was necessary that both senses come together in the unity of a whole. It is a single course of events, in its universal interconnections, that is spoken of in a history that is itself elevated to the rank of a collective singular. Beyond histories, says Droysen, there is history. The word history could henceforth be used without a genitive complement. Histories of became history tout court. On the level of narrative, this history presents the epic unity that corresponds to the one epic that human beings write. 5 For the sum of individual histories to become history, however, it was necessary that history itself should become Weltgeschichte, hence that it become a system instead of an aggregation. In return, the epic unity of narrative could bring to language an assembling of the events themselves, an interconnection between them, which conferred their own epic upon them. What the historians contemporary with philosophical romanticism discovered was more than an internal form of coherence, it was a force amok that propelled history according to a more or less secret plan, all the while that it left human beings responsible for its emergence. This is why other collective singular terms flock to history's side: freedom, justice, progress, revolution. In this sense, revolution served as the revealer of an earlier process which at the same time it accelerated. There is little doubt that it was the idea of progress that served as the tie between these two connotations of history. If actual history follows an intelligible course, then the narrative we make of it may claim to equate itself with this meaning, which is the meaning of history itself. This is why the emergence of the concept of history as a collective singular is one of the conditions for the constitution of the notion of universal history, which we have already considered in the preceding chapter. I shall not take up again the problematic of totalization or of a total mediation that was grafted to the knowledge of history as a unique whole. Instead, I shall turn toward two features of this collective singular that give rise to a significant variation in the relation of the future to the past. Three themes stand out among Kozelek's careful semantic analyses. First, the belief that the present age has a new perspective on the future that is without precedent. Second, the belief that changes for the better are accelerating. Third, the belief that human beings are more and more capable of making their own history. A new time, an acceleration of progress, and the availability of history. These three themes contributed to the unfolding of a new horizon of expectation that by a kind of recoil effect transformed the space of experience within which the acquisitions of the past are deposited. 1. The idea of a new time is inscribed in the German expression Neue Zeit, which precedes by a century the term Neuzeit, the term that since about 1870 has been used to designate modern times. This latter expression, when isolated from the context of its semantic formation, seems to stem merely from the vocabulary of periodization, which itself goes back to the old classifying of ages in terms of metals, or law and grace, or the apocalyptic vision of the succession of empires, which is given such a striking image in the book of Daniel. We can also discern in this idea of a new time one effect of the recasting of the term Middle Ages that, since the Renaissance and the Reformation, no longer applies to the whole of time between the Epiphany and the Parousia but comes to designate one limited and already past period. It is precisely conceptual history that provides the key to why the Middle Ages were rejected and cast into a shadowy past. It is not just in the trivial sense that each moment is a new one that the expression Neuzeit imposes itself, but in the sense of a new quality of time that has come to light, stemming from a new relationship to the future. It is especially noteworthy that it should be time itself that is declared to be new. Time is no longer just a neutral form of history but its force as well. 6 The centuries themselves no longer designate just chronological units but epochs. The idea of a zeitgeist is not far away, the unity of each such age and the irreversibility of their succeeding one another along the trajectory of progress. The present, henceforth, will be perceived as a time of transition between the shadows of the past and the light of the future. Only a change in the relationship between the horizon of expectation and the space of experience can account for this semantic change. Outside of this relation, the present is indecipherable. Its sense of newness stems from how it reflects the light of the expected future. The present is only new, in the strong sense of the word, insofar as we believe that it opens new times. 7 To new times, and therefore also accelerated times. This theme of acceleration appears to be strongly connected to the idea of progress. Because progress is accelerating, we recognize the amelioration of the human condition. Correlatively, our space of experience noticeably contracts, burdened as it is by the acquisitions of tradition, and the authority of these acquisitions withers. It is by way of contrast with this presumed acceleration that reactions, delays, and survivals of the past can be denounced. These are all expressions that still have a place in contemporary language, and they give a dramatic accent to the belief in the acceleration of time inasmuch as it is still threatened by the semipeternal rebirth of the hydra of reaction, something that gives the expected future state of paradise the aspect of a futureless future, p18, equivalent to the Hegelian bad infinity. It is undoubtedly this conjunction between the sense of the newness of modern times and the acceleration of progress that has allowed the word revolution, previously reserved for the circulation of the stars, as we see in the title of Copernicus's famous work of 1543, De Revolutionibus Orbium Coelestium, to signify something other than the disorderly reversals that afflict human affairs, whether this refers to those occasional exemplary turns of fortune or the dreary alternation of reversals and restorations. We now call revolutions those uprisings that we can no longer catalogue as civil wars, but which testify, through the way they suddenly break out, to the general revolution that the civilized world has entered into. This is what has to be accelerated and whose course has to be regulated. In other words, the word revolution now bears witness to the opening of a new horizon of expectation. 3 That history is something to be made, and that it can be made, constitutes the third component of what Koselleck calls the temporalization of history. It is already apparent in the theme of acceleration and in its corollary, revolution. We recall Kant's remark in The Conflict of the Faculties about the prophet who proclaims himself such and who brings about the events he predicted. In this sense, if a new future is opened by our new times, we can bend it to our plans, we can make history. And if progress can be accelerated, it is because we can speed up its course and struggle against what delays it, reaction and harmful survivals. 9. The idea that history is submitted to human action is the newest and, as I shall say below, the most fragile of the three ideas that indicate the new way of perceiving the horizon of expectation. From being an imperative, the availability of history has become an optative, even a future indicative. This shift in meaning has been facilitated by the insistence of thinkers related to Kant, as well as by Kant himself, on discerning the signs that, already, authenticate the appeal of the task before us and encourage our efforts in the present. This way of justifying a duty by demonstrating the beginning of its execution is wholly characteristic of the rhetoric of progress, for which the expression "to make history" is the high point. Humanity becomes its own subject in talking about itself. Narrative and what is narrated can again coincide, and the two expressions making history and doing history overlap. Making and narrating have become the two sides of one process. 10. We have been interpreting the dialectic between horizon of expectation and space of experience by following the guideline of three new times, the acceleration of history, and the mastery of history that broadly characterize the philosophy of the Enlightenment. But it seems difficult to separate the discussion about the constituents of historical thinking from a properly historical consideration about the rise and fall of particular topoi. So the question arises of how much the main categories of a horizon of expectation and a space of experience are dependent upon these topoi, put forth by Enlightenment thinkers, that have served to illustrate them. We cannot avoid this difficulty. Let us speak, first, of their decline at the end of our 20th century. The idea of a new time appears suspect to us in many ways. First of all, it seems to us to be linked to the illusion of an origin. 11 But the discordances between the temporal rhythms of the various components of the overall social phenomenon make it difficult to characterize a whole epoch as both a break and an origin. Galileo, for Husserl in the Crisis, was such an origin, one beyond comparison with the French Revolution, because Husserl was considering only a battle between giants, that between transcendentalism and objectivism. Even more seriously, ever since the reinterpretation of the Enlightenment by Adorno and Horkheimer, we may doubt whether this epoch was always the dawn of progress it has been so celebrated for being. The beginning of the rule of instrumental reason, the power given to rationalizing hegemonies in the name of universalism, the repression of differences in the name of these Promethean claims are all stigmata, visible to all, of those times so conducive to liberation in many ways. As for the acceleration in the march of progress, we hardly believe in it any longer, even if we do rightly speak of an acceleration in historical mutations. What we really doubt, however, is that the time separating us from better days is diminishing. Too many recent disasters and disorders speak against this. Koselleck himself emphasizes that the modern age is not only characterized by a contracting of the space of experience, which makes the past seem ever more distant in that it seems ever more past, but also by an increasing gap between our space of experience and our horizon of expectation. Do we not see our dream of a reconciled humanity withdrawing into an ever more distant future and one ever more uncertain of realization? The task that, for our predecessors, prescribed the journey by pointing the way has turned into a utopia or, better, a utrania, where our horizon of expectation withdraws from us faster than we can advance toward it. And when our expectation can no longer fix itself on a determined future, outlined in terms of distinct, discernible steps, our present finds itself torn between two fleeing horizons, that of the surpassed past and that of an ultimate end that gives rise to no penultimate term. So torn within itself, our present sees itself in crisis, and this is, as I shall say below, perhaps one of the major meanings of our present. Of the three topoi of modernity, it is undoubtedly the third one that seems the most vulnerable to us and, in many ways, also the most dangerous. First, because as I have already said a number of times, the theory of history and the theory of action never coincide, due to the perverse effects issuing from our best conceived projects, the ones most worthy of our efforts. What happens is always something other than what we expected. Even our expectations change in largely unforeseeable ways. For example, it is no longer certain that freedom, in the sense of the establishment of a civil society and a state of law, is the only hope or the major expectation of a great part of humanity. Above all, the vulnerability of the theme of mastering history is revealed even on the level where it is called for, the level of humanity taken as the sole agent of its own history. In conferring on humanity the power to produce itself, the authors of this claim forget one constraint that affects the destiny of great historical bodies as much as it affects individuals. In addition to the unintended results that action brings about, such action only takes place in circumstances that it has not produced. Marx, who was in fact one of the heralds of this topos, knew this when he wrote in his work on the 18th Brumaire of Louis Napoleon that men make their own history, but not as they please. They do not choose for themselves, but have to work upon circumstances as they find them, have to fashion the material handed down by the past. 12. The theme of mastering history thus rests on a basic misunderstanding of the other side of thinking about history, which we shall consider below, namely, the fact that we are affected by history and that we affect ourselves by the history we make. It is precisely this tie between historical action and a received past, which we did not make, that preserves the dialectical relation between our horizon of expectation and our space of experience. 13. It remains true that these criticisms have to do with our three topoi, and that the categories of a horizon of expectation and a space of experience are more basic than the topoi in which they were instantiated by the philosophy of the Enlightenment, even if we must acknowledge that it is this philosophy that allows us to become aware of them because we live in the moment when their difference from it has itself become a major historical event. Three arguments seem to me to speak in favor of a certain universality for these categories. First, by appealing to the definitions I proposed when I introduced them, I will say that these categories stand on a higher categorical level than any of the envisaged topoi, whether it be a question of the ones the Enlightenment dethroned, the Last Judgment, Historia Magistra Vitae, or the ones it set up. Koselleck is perfectly justified in taking them as meta-historical categories, applicable at the level of a philosophical anthropology. In this sense, they govern all the ways in which human beings in every age have thought about their existence in terms of history, whether it be made history or spoken history or written history. Point 14. A second reason for taking these categories of the horizon of expectation and the space of experience as genuine transcendentals in the service of thought about history lies in the variability of instantiations they authorize at different times. Their metahistorical status implies that they serve as indicators regarding the variations affecting the temporalization of history. In this respect, the relationship between horizon of expectation and space of experience is itself a varying one. And it is because these categories are transcendentals that they make possible a conceptual history of the variations in their content. In this respect, the difference between them is not noticeable unless they change. If, therefore, the thought of the Enlightenment has such a privileged place in our discussion, it is because the variation in the relationship between the horizon of expectation and the space of experience it brought about was so apparent that it could serve as revelatory of the categories in terms of which we can think about this variation. There is an important corollary to this. By characterizing the topoi of modernity as a variation in the relationship between the horizon of expectation and the space of experience, conceptual history contributes to the relativizing of these topoi. We are now able to situate them in terms of the same kind of thinking that we apply to the political eschatology that reigned until the 17th century, whether in terms of its political vision governed by the relationship between virtue and fortune, or in terms of the topos of the lessons of history. In this sense, formulating the concepts of a horizon of expectation and a space of experience gives us the means to understand the dissolution of the topos of progress as one plausible variation of the relationship between these concepts. To finish, and this will be my third argument, I want to say that the universal ambition of these metahistorical categories is assured only by the permanent ethical and political implications of these categories of thought. In saying this, we do not slip from the problematic of the transcendental categories of historical thought to that of politics. With Carl Otto Apel and Jürgen Habermas, I affirm the underlying unity of these two thematic issues. For one thing, modernity itself may be taken, despite the decline of its particular expressions, for an incomplete project. 15. For another thing, this very project requires a legitimating argumentation that stems from the kind of truth claimed by practice in general and politics in particular. Point 16. The unity of these two problematics defines practical reason as such. 17. It is only under the aegis of such practical reason that the universal ambition of the metahistorical categories of historical thought can be affirmed. Their description is always inseparable from a prescription. If, therefore, we admit that there is no history that is not constituted through the experiences and the expectations of active and suffering human beings, or that our two categories taken together the metais historical time, we then imply that the tension between the horizon of expectation and the space of experience has to be preserved if there is to be any history at all. The transformations in their relations that Koselleck describes confirm this. If it is true that the belief in a new time contributed to narrowing our space of experience, even to rejecting the past as forgotten shadows, the obscurantism of the Middle Ages, while our horizon of expectation tended to withdraw into an ever more distant and indistinct future, we may ask whether this tension between expectation and experience did not begin to be threatened from the very day when it was first recognized. This paradox is easily explained. If the newness of the newsight was only perceived thanks to the growing difference between experience and expectations, in other words, if the belief in new times rests on expectations that distance themselves from all prior experience, then the tension between experience and expectation could only be recognized at the moment when its breaking point was already in sight. The idea of progress which still bound the past to a better future, one brought closer by the acceleration of history, tends to give way to the idea of utopia as soon as the hopes of humanity lose their anchorage in acquired experience and are projected into an unprecedented future. With such utopias, the tension becomes a schism. 18. The permanent ethical and political implication of these meta-historical categories of expectation and experience is thus clear. The task is to prevent the tension between these two poles of thinking about history from becoming a schism. This is not the place to spell out this task in more detail, so I will confine myself to two imperatives. On the one hand, we must resist the seduction of purely utopian expectations. They can only make us despair of all action, for, lacking an anchorage in experience, they are incapable of formulating a practical path directed to the ideals that they situate elsewhere. 19. Our expectations must be determined, hence finite, and relatively modest, if they are to be able to give rise to responsible commitments. We have to keep our horizon of expectation from running away from us. We have to connect it to the present by means of a series of intermediary projects that we may act upon. This first imperative leads us back, in fact, from Hegel to Kant, in that post-Hegelian Kantian style I favor. Like Kant, I hold that every expectation must be a hope for humanity as a whole, that humanity is not one species except insofar as it has one history, and, reciprocally, that for there to be such a history, humanity as a whole must be its subject as a collective singular. Of course, it is not certain that we can today purely and simply identify this task with the building of a universal civil society administered in accord with the right. More and more social rights have appeared in the world and continue to do so. In particular, the right to be different ceaselessly counterbalances the threats of oppression linked to the very idea of a universal history, if the realization of this history is confused with the hegemony of one society or of a small number of dominant societies. Yet, in return, the modern history of torture, of tyranny, and of oppression in all its forms has taught us that neither social rights nor the right to be different now recognized would merit the name right without the simultaneous realization of a rule of law where individuals and collectivities other than the state remain the ultimate subjects of these rights. In this sense, the task defined above, the one that according to Kant men's unsocial sociability requires us to resolve, has not been surpassed today. For it has not been attained, even when it has not been lost sight of, gone astray, or been cynically scoffed at. On the other hand, we must also resist any narrowing of the space of experience. To do this, we must struggle against the tendency to consider the past only from the angle of what is done, unchangeable, and past. We have to reopen the past, to revivify its unaccomplished, cut off even slaughtered possibilities. In short, when confronted with the adage that the future is open and contingent in every respect but that the past is unequivocally closed and necessary, we have to make our expectations more determinate and our experience less so. For these are two faces of one and the same task, for only determinate expectations can have the retroactive effect on the past of revealing it as a living tradition. It is in this way that our critical meditation on the future calls for the complement of a similar meditation on the past. Being affected by the past. It is the very proposal of making history that calls for the step backward from the future toward the past. Humanity, we have said with Marx, only makes its history in circumstances it has not made. The notion of circumstances thus becomes an indicator of an inverted relation to history. We are only the agents of history inasmuch as we also suffer it. The victims of history and the innumerable masses who, still today, undergo history more than they make it are the witnesses par excellence to this major structure of our historical condition. And those who are or who believe themselves to be the most active agents of history suffer it no less than do its or their victims, even if this only be in terms of the unintended effects of their most calculated enterprises. However, I do not want to deal with this theme in a way that deplores or execrates it. The sobriety that goes with thinking about history requires that we extract from the experience of submitting and suffering, in its most emotion-laden aspects, the most primitive structure of being affected by the past, and that we reattach this to what I have called, following Reinhard Koselleck, the space of experience correlative to our horizon of expectation. In order to derive this being affected by the past from the notion of a space of experience, I shall take as my guide the theme introduced by Gadamer, in his Truth and Method, of the consciousness of being exposed to the efficacy of history, of our Werkensgeskicktlichkeitsbewusstsein. 20. This concept has the advantage of forcing us to apprehend our being affected by, as the correlative of the action, Werken, of history upon us, or, as one commentator has aptly translated it, as the work of history. 21. We must be careful not to allow this theme, with its great heuristic power, to collapse into an apology for tradition, as is the tendency of the regrettable polemic that opposed Habermas's critique of ideology to Gadamer's so-called hermeneutic of traditions. 22. I shall refer to this debate only in closing. The first way to attest to the fruitfulness of the theme of being affected by history is to test it through a discussion we began above but interrupted at the moment when it turned from epistemology to ontology. 23. What is ultimately at stake in this discussion is the apparent antinomy between discontinuity and continuity in history. We can speak of an antinomy here inasmuch as, on the one hand, it is the very reception of the historical past by present consciousness that seems to require the continuity of a common memory, and because, on the other hand, the documentary revolution brought about by the new history seems to make breaks, ruptures, crises, and the eruption of changes in thinking. In short, discontinuity prevail. It is in Michel Foucault's The Archaeology of Knowledge that this antinomy receives its most rigorous formulation, while at the same time it is resolved in terms of the second alternative. 24. On the one side, the asserted privilege of discontinuity is associated with a new discipline, the archaeology of knowledge, which does not coincide with the history of ideas, in the sense that historians usually understand this. On the other side, the contested privilege of continuity is associated with the ambition of a constituting consciousness and the mastery of meaning. Confronted with this apparent antinomy, I need to add that I have no strictly epistemological objection to raise against the first part of the argument. It is just the second part that I have to dissociate myself from entirely, in the name precisely of our theme of consciousness as affected by the efficacy of history. The thesis that the archaeology of knowledge does justice to the epistemological breaks that the classical history of ideas overlooks is legitimate by the very practice of this new discipline. In the first place, it starts from a stance whose originality becomes evident if we oppose it to the model of the history of ideas I borrowed from Maurice Mandelbaum at the end of the first volume of Time and Narrative. 25. There the history of ideas found a place among the special histories, artificially set off by historians against the background of general history, which is the history of first-order entities, actual communities, nations, civilizations, etc., which are defined by their historical persistence, hence by the continuity of their existence. These special histories are those of art, science, and so forth. They gather together works that are by nature discontinuous, which are only connected with one another by some thematic unity that is not given by life in society but rather is authoritatively defined by historians, who decide, following their own conceptions, what is to be taken as art, science, etc. Unlike Mandelbaum's special histories, which are abstracted from general history, Foucault's archaeology of knowledge has no allegiance whatsoever to the history of actual first-order entities. This is the initial stance assumed by the archaeology of knowledge. Next, this methodological choice is confirmed and legitimate by the nature of the discursive fields considered. The forms of knowledge at issue for this archaeology are not ideas measured by their influence on the course of general history and the first-order entities that figure in it. The archaeology of knowledge prefers to deal with anonymous structures within which individual works are inscribed. It is at the level of these structures that the events in thinking that mark the shift from one episteme to another are located. Whether it be a matter of the clinic, of madness, of taxonomies in natural history, economics, grammar, or linguistics, it is the forms of discourse closest to anonymity that best express the synchronic consistency of the dominant epistemes and their diachronic ruptures. This is why the leading categories of the archaeology of knowledge: discursive formations, modes of assertion, the historical a priori, archives do not have to be brought to a level of utterance that brings into play individual speakers responsible for what they say. It is also, and particularly, why the notion of an archive can appear, more than any other, as diametrically opposed to that of traditionality. 26 Now no serious epistemological objection prevents treating discontinuity as both an instrument and an object of research, thereby affecting the passage from the obstacle to the work itself. p. 9. A hermeneutics more attentive to the reception of ideas will limit itself here to recalling that the archaeology of knowledge cannot completely break away from the general context wherein temporal continuity finds its legitimacy, and therefore must be articulated in terms of a history of ideas in the sense of Mandelbaum's special histories. Similarly, epistemological breaks do not prevent societies from existing in a continuous manner in other registers, whether institutional or not, than those of knowledge. This is even what allows different epistemological breaks not to coincide in every case. One branch of knowledge may continue, while another undergoes the effects of a break. 27 In this respect, a legitimate transition between the archaeology of knowledge and the history of ideas is provided by the category of a transformation rule, which seems to me the one most favorable to continuity of all those categories brought into play by Foucault's archaeology. For a history of ideas that refers to the enduring entities of general history, the notion of a transformation rule draws upon some discursive apparatus characterized not just by its structural coherence but also by unexploited potentialities that a new event in thinking will bring to light, at the price of a reorganization of the whole apparatus. Understood in this way, the passage from one episteme to another comes close to the dialectic of innovation and sedimentation by which we have more than once characterized traditionality: discontinuity corresponding to the moment of innovation, continuity to that of sedimentation. Apart from this dialectic, the concept of transformation, wholly thought of in terms of breaks, risks leading us back to the Eleatic conception of time which, according to Zeno, comes down to making time something composed of indivisible minima. 28 And we must say that the archaeology of knowledge runs this risk with its methodological stance. As for the other branch of the antinomy, nothing obliges us to tie the fate of the point of view emphasizing the continuity of memory to the pretensions of a constituting consciousness. 29 In any case, this argument holds only for thought about the same, which we examined above. 30 It seems to me perfectly admissible to refer to a continuous chronology of reason, that is, the general model of a consciousness that acquires, progresses, and remembers, p. 8, without thereby eluding the decentering of the thinking subject brought about by Marx, Freud, and Nietzsche. Nothing requires that history should become a safer, less exposed shelter, p. 14, for consciousness, an ideological expedient destined to restore to man everything that has unceasingly eluded him for over 100 years, Ibid. On the contrary, the notion of a historical memory prey to the work of history seems to me to require the same decentering as the one Foucault refers to. What is more, the theme of a living, continuous, open history, Ibid, seems to me to be the only one capable of joining together vigorous political action and the memory of snuffed out or repressed possibilities from the past. In short, if it is a question of legitimating the assumption of a continuity to history, the notion of consciousness as exposed to the efficacity of history, which I shall now directly address, offers a viable alternative to that of the sovereign consciousness, transparent to itself and the master of meaning. To make explicit the notion of receptivity to the efficacity of history is fundamentally to clarify the notion of tradition that is too rapidly identified with it. Instead of speaking indiscriminately of tradition, we need to distinguish several different problems that I will set under three headings: traditionality, traditions, tradition. Only the third of these lends itself to the polemic that Habermas undertook against Gadamer in the name of the critique of ideology. The term traditionality is already familiar to us. 31 It designates a style of interconnecting historical succession, or, to speak as Koselleck does, a feature of the temporalization of history. It is a transcendental for thinking about history just as are the notions of a horizon of expectation and a space of experience. Just as horizon of expectation and space of experience form a contrasting pair, traditionality stems from a subordinate dialectic, internal to the space of experience itself. This second dialectic proceeds from the tension, at the very heart of what we call experience, between the efficacy of the past that we undergo and the reception of the past that we bring about. The term transmission, which translates the German Überlieferung, is a good way of expressing this dialectic internal to experience. The temporal style that it designates is that of time traversed, an expression we also encountered in Proust. 32 If there is one theme in truth and method that corresponds to this primordial signification of transmitted tradition, it is that of temporal distance, Abstand. 33 This is not just a separating interval, but a process of mediation, staked out, as I shall say below, by the chain of interpretations and reinterpretations. From the formal point of view we are still occupying, the notion of a traversed distance is opposed both to the notion of the past taken as simply past and gone, abolished, and the notion of complete contemporaneity, which was the ideal of Romantic philosophy. Uncrossable distance or annulled distance, this seems to be the dilemma. But traditionality designates the dialectic between remoteness and distanciation, and makes time, in Gadamer's words, the supportive ground of the process Geschichten in which the present is rooted, p. 264. To think through this dialectical relation, phenomenology offers the help of two well-known and complementary notions, that of a situation and that of a horizon. We find ourselves in a situation, and from this point of view every perspective opens on a vast, but limited, horizon. However, if the situation limits us, the horizon presents itself as something to be surpassed, without ever being fully reached. 34 To speak of a moving horizon is to conceive of a unique horizon constituted, for each historical consciousness, by the alien worlds not related to our own, into which we put ourselves by turns. 35 This idea of a unique horizon does not lead us back to Hegel. It is only intended to set aside Nietzsche's idea of a hiatus between changing horizons that must itself continually be replaced. Between the absolute knowledge that would abolish every horizon and the idea of a multitude of incommensurable horizons we have to put the idea of a fusion of horizons, which occurs every time we test our prejudgments in setting out to conquer some historical horizon, imposing upon ourselves the task of overcoming our tendency to assimilate the past too quickly to our own expected meanings. This notion of a fusion of horizons leads to the theme that finally what is at stake in the hermeneutics of historical consciousness is the tension between the horizon of the past and that of the present. 36 In this way, the problem of the relation between past and present is set in a new light. The past is revealed to us through the projection of a historical horizon that is both detached from the horizon of the present and taken up into and fused with it. This idea of a temporal horizon as something that is both projected and separate, distinguished and included, brings about the dialectizing of the idea of traditionality. At the same time, the concept of a fusion of horizons corrects what remains unilateral in the idea of being affected by the past. It is in projecting a historical horizon that we experience, through its tension with the horizon of the present, the efficacy of the past, for which our being affected by it is the correlate. Affective history, we might say, is what takes place without us. The fusion of horizons is what we attempt to bring about. Here the work of history and the work of the historian mutually assist each other. In this first respect, tradition, formally conceived of as traditionality, already constitutes a broadly significant phenomenon. It signifies that the temporal distance separating us from the past is not a dead interval but a transmission that is generative of meaning. Before being an inert deposit, tradition is an operation that can only make sense dialectically through the exchange between the interpreted past and the interpreting present. In saying this, we already cross the threshold leading to the second sense of the term tradition, that is, from the formal concept of traditionality to the material concept of the contents of a tradition. From here on, by tradition we shall mean traditions. The passage from one connotation to the other is contained in the recourse we made to the notions of meaning and interpretation that appeared at the end of our analysis of traditionality. To give a positive evaluation to traditions is not yet, however, to make tradition a hermeneutical criterion of truth. To give the notions of meaning and interpretation their full scope, we must provisionally place between parentheses the question of truth. The notion of tradition, taken in the sense of traditions, signifies that we are never in a position of being absolute innovators, but rather are always first of all in the situation of being heirs. This condition essentially stems from the language-like langagier structure of communication in general and of the transmission of past contents in particular. For language is the great institution, the institution of institutions, that has preceded each and every one of us. And by language we must here understand not just the system of langue in each natural language, but the things already said, understood, and received. Through tradition, therefore, we understand the things already said, insofar as they are transmitted along the chains of interpretation and reinterpretation. This recourse to the language-like structure of tradition transmission is not extrinsic in any way to the thesis of time and narrative. In the first place, we have known since the beginning of our inquiry that the symbolic function itself is not foreign to the domain of acting and suffering. This is why the initial mimetic relation borne by narrative could be defined by its reference to the primordial aspect of action as being symbolically mediated. Next, the second mimetic relation of narrative to action, identified with the structuring operation of implotment, taught us to treat imitated action as a text. Without thereby neglecting the oral tradition, the effectivity of the historical past can be said to coincide in large part with that of texts from the past. Finally, the partial equivalence between a hermeneutic of texts and a hermeneutic of the historical past finds reinforcement in the fact that historiography, as a knowledge by traces, largely depends on texts that give the past a documentary status. It is in this way that the understanding of texts inherited from the past can be set up, with all the necessary reservations, as a kind of exemplary experience as regards every relation to the past. The literary aspect of our heritage is, Eugen Fink would have put it, equivalent to cutting out a window, one that opens on the vast landscape of what is past per SE 37. This partial identification between consciousness exposed to the efficacy of history and the reception of past texts transmitted to us allowed Gadamer to move from the Heideggerian theme of understanding historicality, which we considered in the first section of this volume, to the opposite problem of the historicality of understanding itself. 38 In this respect, the reading he gives of this theory shows the reception that replies to and corresponds with being affected by the past in its language-like and textual dimension. The dialectical character of our second concept of tradition still internal to the space of experience cannot be ignored. It redoubles the formal dialectic of temporal distance stemming from the tension between remoteness and distanciation. As soon as, by traditions, we mean the things said in the past and transmitted to us by a chain of interpretations and reinterpretations, we have to add a material dialectic of the contents to the formal dialectic of temporal distance. The past questions us and calls us into question before we question it or call it into question. In this struggle for a recognition of meaning, text and reader are in turn made familiar and unfamiliar. So this second dialectic has to do with the logic of question and answer, taken up by both Collingwood and Gadamer in succession. 39 The past questions us to the extent that we question it. It answers us to the extent we answer it. This dialectic finds its material handhold in the theory of reading elaborated above. We come at last to the third sense of the term tradition, which we deliberately put off examining until this point. This is the sense that has provided an opportunity for the confrontation between the so-called hermeneutic of traditions and the critique of ideologies. This confrontation results from a shift from the consideration of traditions to an apology for tradition. Two preliminary remarks are called for before we take up this confrontation. Let us first note that the slide from the question of traditions to the question of tradition per se is not entirely out of place. There is, in fact, a problematic worthy of being placed under the heading tradition. This is the case because the question of meaning, posed by every transmitted content, cannot be separated from that of truth except in abstraction. Every proposal of a meaning is at the same time a claim to truth. What we receive from the past are, in effect, beliefs, persuasions, convictions, that is, ways of holding for true, to use the insight of the German word Verwahrhalten, which signifies belief. In my opinion, it is this tie between the language-like realm of traditions and the truth claim bound to the order of meaning that confers a certain plausibility on the threefold plea for prejudice, authority, and, finally, tradition, through which Gadamer introduces us to his major problematic of consciousness exposed to the efficacy of history in a quite openly polemic spirit. Point 40. Indeed, it is in relation to the claim of traditions to truth, a claim included in the holding for true of every proposal of meaning, that these three controversial notions are to be understood. In Gadamer's vocabulary, this truth claim, insofar as it does not proceed from us, but rather rejoins us as a voice coming from the past, gets enunciated as the self-presentation of the things themselves. 41. The prejudged is thus a structure of the pre-understanding outside of which the thing itself cannot make itself heard. It is in this sense that his rehabilitation of prejudice takes on the Enlightenment's prejudice against prejudice. As for authority, it signifies in the first place the augmentation auctoritas comes from augury, the increase that the claim to truth adds to mere meaning, in the context of holding for true. On the side of reception, its Gegenüber is not blind obedience but the recognition of superiority. Tradition, in the end, receives a status close to that which Hegel assigned to Custom-Sittlichkeit. We are carried along by it before we are in a position of judging it, or of condemning it. It preserves, Bewahrheit, the possibility of our hearing the extinguished voices of the past. Point 42. My second preliminary remark is that the major participant in the argument is not critical thinking, in the sense inherited from Kant, by way of Horkheimer and Adorno, but what Gadamer calls methodologism. With this title, he is aiming not so much at the concept of methodic research as at the pretensions of a judging consciousness, set up as the tribunal of history and itself unencumbered with any prejudices. This judging consciousness is, at bottom, akin to the constituting consciousness, the master of meaning, denounced by Foucault, from which we dissociated ourselves earlier. This critique of methodologism has no other ambition than to recall to judging consciousness the fact that tradition binds us to things already said and to their truth claim before we submit them to research. Taking a distance, or freedom as regards transmitted contents, cannot be our initial attitude. Through tradition, we find ourselves already situated in an order of meaning and therefore also of possible truth. Gadamer's critique of methodologism is meant to emphasize the fundamentally anti-subjectivist accent of his notion of effective history. Point 43. Research, then, is the obligatory partner of tradition inasmuch as the latter presents truth claims. At the beginning of all historical hermeneutics, writes Gadamer, the abstract antithesis between tradition and historical research, between history and knowledge, must be discarded. p. 251. With the idea of research, a critical moment is affirmed, one that comes second, it is true, but is unavoidable. This is what I call the relationship of distanciation, and from here on it will designate the opening for the critique of ideologies. It is essentially the vicissitudes of tradition, or, to put it a better way, rival traditions to which we belong in a pluralistic society and culture, their internal crises, their interruptions, their dramatic reinterpretations, their schisms that introduce, into our tradition, as one instance of truth, a polarity of familiarity and strangeness on which hermeneutic work is based. Truth and Method, p. 262, point 44. After all, how could hermeneutics carry out its task if it did not make use of historiographical objectivity as a means for sifting through dead traditions, or what we take as deviations from those traditions in which we no longer recognize ourselves? 45. It is in fact this passage through objectification that distinguishes post-Heideggerian hermeneutics from Romanticist hermeneutics, where understanding was conceived of as the reproduction of an original production. Truth and Method, p. 263. It cannot be, of course, a question of understanding better. It is enough to say that we understand in a different way, if we understand at all, p. 264. As soon as hermeneutics distances itself from its romantic origins, it is obliged to include within itself what was good in the attitude it reproves. To do so, it has to distinguish the honest methodology of the professional historian from the alienating, Verfremdung, distanciation that turns criticism into a more basic philosophical gesture than is the humble acknowledgement of the supportive ground of the Processgeschichten in which the present is rooted. Hermeneutics can indeed reject the ideology of methodology as a philosophical position that is unaware of itself as philosophical, but it has to integrate method into itself. What is more, it is hermeneutics that, on the epistemological level, demands a sharpening of the methodological self-consciousness of science, p. 265. For how can interpreters allow themselves to be called by the things themselves if they do not make use of, if only negatively, the filtering action of temporal distance? We must not forget that it is the fact of understanding that gave birth to hermeneutics. The properly critical question of distinguishing the true prejudices, by which we understand, from the false ones by which we misunderstand, p. 266, thus becomes an internal question of hermeneutics itself. Gadamer himself willingly grants this. Hence the hermeneutically trained mind will also include historical historisch consciousness, ibid. Having made these two remarks, we can at last turn to the debate between the critique of ideologies and the hermeneutic of tradition, with the single purpose in mind of better circumscribing the notion of effective history, along with its correlate, are being affected by this effectiveness. Point 46. There is something to argue about to the extent that passing from traditions to tradition is, essentially, to introduce a question of legitimacy. The notion of authority, linked in this context with that of tradition, cannot fail to set itself up as a legitimating instance. It is what transforms the Gadamerian prejudice in favor of prejudice into a position of being based on right. However, what legitimacy can stem from what seems to be only an empirical condition, namely, the unavoidable finitude of all understanding? How can a necessity müssen convert itself into a right sollen? The hermeneutic of tradition, it seems, cannot escape this question, which is posed by the very notion of prejudice. As the term indicates, prejudice places itself within the orbit of judgment. Hence it makes its plea before the tribunal of reason. And, before this tribunal, it has no other resource than to submit to the law of the better argument. It cannot, therefore, set itself up as an authority without behaving like someone accused who refuses to accept the judge without becoming its own tribunal. Does this mean that the hermeneutic of tradition has no answer here? I do not think so. Let us inquire what kind of arms are available to reason in this competition that opposes it to the authority of tradition. They are, first of all, the weapons of a critique of ideologies. These begin by setting language, which hermeneutics seems to enclose itself within, into a much broader constellation, which also includes labor and domination. Under the gaze of the materialist critique that follows from doing this, the practice of language is revealed to be the place of those systematic distortions that resist the corrective action that a generalized philology, which is what hermeneutics seems to be in the last analysis, applies to the simple misunderstandings inherent in the use of language, once separated arbitrarily from the conditions for its social use. In this way, a presumption of ideology applies to every claim to truth. However, such a critique, under the threat of undermining itself by self-reference to its own statements, has to limit itself. It does so by relating the set of all possible utterances to distinct interests. An interest in instrumental control characterizes the empirical sciences and their technological prolongations, so here we have to do with the domain of labor. The hermeneutical sciences correspond to an interest in communication, so here we have the tradition of language. Finally, we find an interest in emancipation with the critical social sciences, among which the critique of ideologies is, along with psychoanalysis and based upon its model, the most accomplished expression. Hermeneutics must therefore renounce its universalist claim if it is to preserve original legitimacy. On the other hand, the coupling of the critique of ideologies to an interest in emancipation raises a new claim to universality. Emancipation holds for everyone and always. But what is it that legitimates this new claim? This question is unavoidable. If we take seriously the idea of systematic distortions of language, connected with the dissimulated effects of domination, the question arises, before what non-ideological tribunal might such perverted communication appear? This tribunal has to consist in the self-positing of an ahistorical transcendental, whose schematism, in the Kantian sense of the term, would be the representation of an unfettered and unlimited communication, hence of a speech situation characterized by a consensus arising out of the very process of argumentation. Can we conceive of the conditions that determine such a speech situation? 47 The critique based on reason has to be able to escape a still more radical critique of reason itself. Indeed, critique is itself carried along by a historical tradition, that of the Enlightenment, some of the allusions of which we referred to in passing above. The violence characteristic of the Enlightenment, resulting from the instrumental conversion of modern reason, has been unmasked by the acerbic criticism of Horkheimer and Adorno. An excess of surpassings and of surpassings is thus unleashed. Having lost itself in a negative dialectic, which knows perfectly well how to recognize evil, as in Horkheimer and Adorno, the critique of critique projects the principle of hope into a utopia with no historical handhold, as in Ernst Bloch. All that remains, then, is the solution consisting of grounding the transcendental of the ideal speech situation in a new version, drawn from Kant and Fichte, of Selbstreflexion, the seat of every right and all validity. But, in order not to return to a principle of radically monological truth, as in the Kantian transcendental deduction, it is necessary to posit the original identity of the reflective principle together with an eminently dialogical one, as with Fichte. Otherwise, Selbstreflexion will not be able to ground the utopia of an unfettered and unlimited communication. This can be the case if the principle of truth is articulated on the basis of thinking about history, such as we have presented it in this chapter, which brings into relation a determined horizon of expectation and a specified space of experience. It is along the path that leads back from the question of a ground to that of effective history that the hermeneutic of tradition makes itself more understandable. To escape the continual withdrawal of perfect ahistorical truth, we must attempt to discern the signs of truth in the anticipations of understanding at work in every successful communication where we have the experience of a type of reciprocity of intention and recognition of this intention. In other words, the transcendence of the idea of truth, inasmuch as it is immediately a dialogical idea, has to be seen as already at work in the practice of communication. When so reinstalled in the horizon of expectation, this dialogical idea cannot fail to rejoin those anticipations buried in tradition per se. Taken as such, the pure transcendental quite legitimately assumes the negative status of a limit idea as regards many of our determined expectations as well as our hypostatized traditions. However, at the risk of remaining alien to effective history, this limit idea has to become a regulative one, orienting the concrete dialectic between our horizon of expectation and our space of experience. The by turns negative and positive positing of this idea therefore affects our horizon of expectation as much as it does our space of experience. Or rather, it only affects our horizon of expectation insofar as it also affects our space of experience. This is the hermeneutical moment of criticism. So we may trace out the path followed by the notion of tradition as follows. 1. Traditionality designates a formal style of interconnectedness that assures the continuity of the reception of the past. In this respect, it designates the reciprocity between effective history and our being affected by the past. 2. Traditions consist of transmitted contents insofar as they are bearers of meaning. They set every received heritage within the order of the symbolic and, virtually, within a language-like and textual tradition. In this regard, traditions are proposals of meaning. 3. Tradition, as an instance of legitimacy, designates the claim to truth, the taking for true, offered argumentation within the public space of discussion. In the face of criticism that devours itself, the truth claim of the contents of traditions merits being taken as a presumption of truth, so long as a stronger reason, that is, a better argument, has not been established. By a presumption of truth, I mean that credit, that confident reception by which we respond, in an initial move preceding all criticism, to any proposition of meaning, any claim to truth, because we are never at the beginning of the process of truth and because we belong, before any critical gesture, to a domain of presumed truth. 48 With this notion of a presumption of truth, a bridge is thrown over the abyss that, at the beginning of this argument, separated the unavoidable finitude of all understanding and the absolute validity of the idea of communicative truth. If a transition is possible between necessity and right, it is the notion of a presumption of truth that assures it. In it, the inevitable and the valuable asymptotically rejoin each other. Two groups of conclusions may be drawn from this meditation on the condition of being affected by the past. First, we must recall that this condition forms a pair with the intending of a horizon of expectation. In this regard, a hermeneutic of effective history only illumines the dialectic internal to the space of experience, abstraction being made of the exchanges between the two great modes of thinking about history. The restoration of this enveloping dialectic has its consequences for the meaning of our relation to the past. For one thing, the repercussion of our expectations relative to the future on the reinterpretation of the past may have as one of its major effects opening up forgotten possibilities, aborted potentialities, repressed endeavors in the supposedly closed past. One of the functions of history in this respect is to lead us back to those moments of the past where the future was not yet decided, where the past was itself a space of experience open to a horizon of expectation. For another thing, the potential of meaning thereby freed from the solid mass of traditions may contribute to determining the regulative but empty idea of an unhindered and unlimited communication, in the sense of a history yet to be made. It is through this interplay of expectation and memory that the utopia of a reconciled humanity can come to be invested in effective history. Next we have to reaffirm the preeminence of the notion of effective history and its correlate, our being affected by the past, over the constellation of significations gravitating around the term tradition. I will not go over again here the importance of the distinctions introduced between traditionality, understood as a formal style for the transmission of received heritages, traditions, as contents endowed with meaning, and tradition, as a legitimation of the claim to truth raised by every heritage that bears a meaning. Instead, I would like to show in what way this preeminence of the theme of the efficacy of the past over that of tradition allows the former to enter into relation with various notions relative to the past that were examined in preceding chapters of this volume. If we move back step by step through the series of previous analyses, it is first of all the problematic of the Gegenüber from chapter 6 that takes on a new coloration. The dialectic of the same, the other, and the analogous receives a new hermeneutical significance from being submitted to thought about the efficacy of the past. Taken in isolation, this dialectic runs the risk at each of its stages of turning into a dream of power exercised by the knowing subject. Whether it be a question of reenacting past thoughts, of difference in relation to the invariants posited by historical inquiry, or of the metaphorization of the historical field prior to any emplotment, in each case we perceive in the background the effort of a constituting consciousness to master the relation of the known past to the actual past. It is precisely the search for mastery, even when it is made dialectical in the manner we have spoken of, that the past as it was constantly escapes. The hermeneutical approach, on the contrary, begins by acknowledging this exteriority of the past in relation to every attempt centered upon a constituting consciousness, whether it be admitted, concealed, or simply not recognized as such. The hermeneutical approach shifts the problematic from the sphere of knowledge into that of being affected by, that is, into the sphere of what we have not made. In return, the idea of a debt in regard to the past, which seemed to me to govern the dialectic of the same, the other, and the analogous, adds a considerable enrichment to the idea of a tradition. The idea of a heritage, which is one of the more appropriate expressions for the efficacy of the past, can be interpreted as the fusion of the ideas of a debt and a tradition. Without the dialectic of the same, the other, and the analogous, which develops the seed of dialectization contained in the idea of a mediating transmission, the heart of the idea of tradition, this fusion does not come about. This seed grows when we submit the idea of tradition itself to the triple filter of reenactment, differentiation, and metaphorization. The various dialectics of the near and the far, the familiar and the alien, of temporal distance and the fusion of the horizons of the past and the present without confusing them bear witness to this. Finally, this inclusion of the dialectic of the same, the other, and the analogous in the hermeneutics of history is what preserves the notion of tradition from succumbing again to the charms of Romanticism. When we move back one more step in our analyses, the idea of tradition has to be brought together with that of a trace, where our fourth chapter ended. Between a trace left behind and followed, and transmitted, and received tradition, there is a deep-lying affinity. As left behind, through the materiality of the mark, the trace designates the exteriority of the past, that is, its inscription in the time of the universe. Tradition puts the accent on another kind of exteriority, that of our being affected by a past that we did not make. However, there is also a correlation between the significance of the followed trace and the efficacy of transmitted tradition. These are two comparable mediations between the past and us. By means of this connection between trace and tradition, all the analyses of Chapter 4 can be taken up by what we are calling thought about history. As we move back again from our analyses of the trace toward those that preceded it, it is first the function of the document in the constitution of a large-scale memory that is clarified. The trace, we said, is left behind, the document collected and preserved. In this sense, it links together trace and tradition. Through the document, the trace is already part of a tradition. Correlatively, the criticism of documents is inseparable from the critique of traditions. But as such, this criticism is just one variant in the style of traditionality. At another remove, tradition has to be brought together with the succession of generations. It underscores the hyperbiological aspect of the network of contemporaries, predecessors, and successors, namely, that this network belongs to the symbolic order. Reciprocally, the succession of generations provides the chain of interpretations and reinterpretations with a basis in life, as well as in the continuity of the living. Finally, insofar as the trace, the document, and the succession of generations express the reinsertion of lived time in the time of the world, calendar time, too, comes into the range of the phenomenon of tradition. This articulation is visible on the level of the axis that defines the zero moment for computing time and that confers its bidimensionality on the system of dates. For one thing, this axial moment allows the inscription of our traditions in the time of the universe, and thanks to this inscription, effective history, marked out by the calendar, is grasped as encompassing our own lives and the series of its vicissitudes. In return, if a founding event is to be judged worthy of constituting the axis of calendar time, we must be linked to it by way of a tradition that is a transmission. Hence it stems from the efficacy of a past that surpasses all individual memory. Calendar time thus provides our traditions with the framework of an institution based on astronomy, while the efficacy of the past provides calendar time with the continuity of a temporal distance that is traversed. The historical present. Is there a place for a distinct meditation on the historical present in an analysis that has taken as its guide the opposition between a space of experience and a horizon of expectation? I think so. If traditionality constitutes the past dimension of the space of experience, it is in the present that this space comes together, it is there that this space can, as suggested above, expand or contract. I would like to place the following philosophical meditation under the aegis of the concept of initiative. I shall outline its contours by tracing out two concentric circles. The first circumscribes the phenomenon of initiative without regard to its insertion in thinking about history, which is the issue for us. The second makes more precise the relationship of initiative to a we relation that brings initiative to the level of the historical present. To tie the fate of the present to that of initiative is to subtract the present from the prestige of presence, in the quasi-optical sense of the term. Perhaps it is because looking back toward the past tends to make retrospection prevail therefore a view or vision, rather than our being affected by our consideration of the past, that we tend also to think of the present in terms of vision, of spectio. Thus Augustine defined the present by attentio, which he also calls contuitus. Heidegger, on the other hand, rightly characterizes circumspection as an inauthentic form of care, as a kind of fascination for looking at the things we are preoccupied with. Making present thus turns into a kind of Medusa's gaze. To restore to making present an authenticity equal to that of anticipatory resoluteness, I propose to connect the two ideas of making present and initiative. The present is then no longer a category of seeing but one of acting and suffering. One verb expresses this better than all the substantive forms, including that of presence: to begin. To begin is to give a new course to things, starting from an initiative that announces a continuation and hence opens something ongoing. To begin is to begin to continue a work has to follow. Point 49. But under what conditions does initiative give rise to thought about itself? The most radical position in this respect is that by which Merleau-Ponty characterized the insertion of the acting subject in the world, namely, the experience of the I can, the root of the I am. This experience has the major advantage of designating the lived body as the most original mediator between the course of lived experience and the order of the world. For the mediation of the lived body precedes all the connectors on the historical level that we have considered in the first chapter of the preceding section, and to which, below, we shall link the historical present. The lived body, or better, the flesh, has to do with what Descartes, in the sixth meditation, called the third substance, bridging the break between space and thought. In a more appropriate vocabulary, that of Merleau-Ponty himself, we should say that the flesh defies the dichotomy of the physical and the psychical, of cosmic exteriority and reflective interiority. 50. It is on the ground of such a philosophy of the flesh that the I can be thought. The flesh, in this sense, is the coherent ensemble of my powers and non-powers. Around this system of carnal possibilities the world unfolds itself as a set of rebellious or docile potential utensils, a set of permissions and obstacles. The notion of circumstances, referred to above, is articulated in terms in my non-powers, insofar as it designates what circumscribes, what limits and situates my power to act. This description of the I can, coming from a phenomenology of existence, provides an appropriate framework for taking up again those analyses that have been done regarding the field of the theory of action, which we have referred to regarding the initial mimetic relation of narrative to the practical sphere. Recall that, following Arthur Danto, I distinguished between basic actions, which we know how to do on the basis of mere familiarity with our powers, and derived actions, which require that we do something so that we bring about some event, which is not the result of our basic actions but the consequence of a strategy of action including calculations and practical syllogisms. Point 51. This adding of strategic actions to basic actions is of the greatest importance for a theory of initiative. Indeed, it extends our being able to do something well beyond the immediate sphere of the I can. In return, it places the distant consequences of our action within the sphere of human action, removing them from the status of being mere objects of observation. So, as agents, we produce something, which, properly speaking, we do not see. This assertion is of the greatest importance for the quarrel about determinism, and it allows us to reformulate the Kantian antinomy of the free act, considered as the beginning of a causal chain. Indeed, it is not from the same attitude that we observe something that happens or that we make something happen. We cannot be observers and agents at the same time. One result is that we can only think about closed systems, partial determinisms, without being able to move on to extrapolations extending to the whole universe, except at the price of excluding ourselves as agents capable of producing events. In other words, if the world is the totality of what is the case, doing cannot be included in this totality. Better, doing means fate that reality is not totalizable. A third determination of initiative will bring us closer to our meditation on the historical present. It brings us from the theory of action to that of systems. It is anticipated in an implicit way in the preceding determination. Models of states of systems and of the transformation of systems, including tree-like structures with branches and alternatives, have been constructed. Thus, in Volume 1, with von Wright, we defined interference, a notion equivalent to that of initiative within the framework of systems theory, by the capacity agents have of conjoining the being able to do something of which they have an immediate comprehension. Danto's basic actions with the internal relations that condition a system. 52 Interference is what assures the closure of the system, by setting it into motion starting from an initial state determined by this very interference. By doing something, we said, agents learn to isolate a closed system from their environment and discover the possibilities of development inherent in the system. Interference is thus situated at the intersection of one of an agent's powers and the resources of the system. With the idea of putting a system in motion, the notions of action and causality overlap. The argument about determinism, just mentioned, can be taken up again here with a much stronger conceptual insight. If, in effect, we doubt our free ability to do something, it is because we extrapolate to the totality of the world the regular sequences we have observed. But we forget that causal relations are relative to segments of the history of the world that have the aspect of closed systems, and that the capacity for setting a system in motion by producing its initial state is a condition for its closure. Action thus finds itself implied in the very discovery of causal relations. Transposed from the physical plane to the historical, interference constitutes the nodal point of a model of explanation said to be quasi-causal. This model, it will be recalled, is articulated in terms of teleological segments, corresponding to the intentional phases of action, and law-like segments, corresponding to its physical phases. It is within this model that our reflection on the historical present finds its most appropriate epistemological basis. I do not want to end this initial cycle of considerations bearing on the concept of initiative without emphasizing how language is incorporated into the mediations internal to action, and more precisely those interventions by means of which agents take the initiative for the beginnings that they insert into the course of things. We recall that Émile Benveniste defined the present as the moment when speakers make their act of utterance contemporary with the statements they make. 53 In this way, the self-referentiality of the present was underscored. Of all the developments of this property of self-referentiality that Austin and Searle have added, I want to retain just those that contribute to indicating the ethical aspect of initiative. 54 This is not some artificial detour insofar as, on the one hand, speech acts or acts of discourse bring language into the dimension of action. It is significant that Austin entitled his work How to Do Things with Words, and, on the other hand, human acting is intimately articulated by signs, norms, rules, and evaluations that situate it in the region of meaning, or, if you will, within the symbolic dimension. Therefore it is legitimate to take into consideration linguistic mediations that make initiative into a meaningful action. In a broad sense, every speech act, or every act of discourse, commits the speaker and does so in the present. I cannot assert something without introducing a tacit clause of sincerity into my saying it, in virtue of which I effectively signify what I am saying, any more than I can do so without holding as true what I affirm. It is in this way that every speech initiative, Benveniste would say, every instance of discourse makes me responsible for what is said in my saying it. However, if every speech act implicitly commits its speaker, some types do so explicitly. This is the case with commissives, for which the promise is the model. By promising, I intentionally place myself under the obligation to do what I say I will do. Here, commitment has the strong sense of speech that binds me. This constraint that I impose upon myself is noteworthy in that the obligation posited in the present engages the future. One remarkable feature of initiative is thereby underlined, which is well expressed by the adverbial phrase from now on, in French, by the adverb désormais. Indeed, to promise is not just to promise that I will do something, but also that I shall keep my promise. So to speak up is to make my initiative have a continuation, to make this initiative truly inaugurate a new course of things, in short, to make the present not just be an incident but the beginning of a continuation. These are the phases traversed by a general analysis of initiative. Through the I can, initiative indicates my power; through the I do, it becomes my act; through interference or intervention, it inscribes my act in the course of things, thereby making the lived present coincide with the particular instant; through the kept promise, it gives the present the force of persevering, in short, of enduring. By this last trait, initiative is clothed with an ethical signification that announces the more specifically political and cosmopolitan characterization of the historical present. The wider contour of the idea of initiative having been traced out, it remains to indicate the place of initiative between the horizon of expectation and the space of experience, thanks to which initiative can be equated with the historical present. To make this equivalence appear, we must show how consideration of the historical present brings to its ultimate stage the reply of thought about history to the aporias of speculation about time, nourished by phenomenology. This speculation, it will be recalled, deepened the abyss between the notion of an instant without thickness, reduced to just the mere break between two temporal extensions, and the notion of a present, thick with the imminence of the near future and the record of a just past. The point-like instant imposed the paradox of the non-existence of the now, reduced to the break between a past that is no longer and a future that is not yet. The lived-through present, on the other hand, presents itself as the incidence of a now solidary with the imminence of the near future and the record of the just past. The first connection brought about by thought about history was, we also recall, the time of the calendar. Our meditation on the historical present finds an initial handhold in the constituting of calendar time insofar as it rests, among other things, on the choice of an axial moment in terms of which events can be dated. Our own lives as well as those of the communities to which we belong are part of those events that calendar time allows us to situate at a variable distance in relation to this axial moment. This moment can be taken as the first foundation of the historical present, and it communicates to this present the virtue of calendar time, where it constitutes a third time between physical time and phenomenological time. The historical present thus participates in the mixed character of calendar time that joins the point-like instant to the lived-through present. It builds upon this foundation of calendar time. What is more, as linked to a founding event, held to open a new era, the axial moment constitutes the model of every beginning, if not of time, at least in time, that is, of every event capable of inaugurating a new course of events. 55. The historical present is also based, as are the past and the historical future with which it is in solidarity, on the phenomenon, both biological and symbolic, of the succession of generations. Here the basis of the historical present is provided by the notion of the realm of contemporaries, which we have learned, following Alfred Schutz, to intercalate between that of predecessors and that of successors. Mere physical simultaneity, with all the difficulties that its purely scientific determination gives rise to, is thus carried on by the notion of contemporaneity, which immediately confers on the historical present the dimension of a we relation, in virtue of which several flows of consciousness are coordinated in terms of growing old together, to use Schutz's magnificent expression. The notion of a realm of contemporaries wherein Mitsane is directly implied thus constitutes the second foundation of the historical present. The historical present is therefore immediately apprehended as a common space of experience. 56. We have still to give this historical present all the features of an initiative that will allow it to bring about the mediation we are seeking between the reception of a past transmitted by tradition and the projection of a horizon of expectation. What was said about promises can serve as an introduction to the development that will follow. The promise, we said, formally engages the promiser because it puts the speaker under the obligation of doing something. An ethical dimension is thereby conferred on our consideration of the present. A comparable feature of the notion of the historical present is born from the transposition of our analysis of promises on the ethical plane to the political one. This transposition takes place through consideration of the public space into which the promise is inscribed, where the transposition from one plane to another is facilitated by consideration of the dialogical character of promises, which we did not emphasize above. Indeed, there is nothing solipsistic about promises. I do not confine myself to binding just myself in making a promise. I always promise something to someone. If this someone is not the beneficiary of my promise, at least he or she is its witness. Even before the act by which I commit myself, therefore, there is a pact that binds me to other people. The rule of fidelity in virtue of which one ought to keep one's promises thus precedes any individual promise made in the ethical order. In turn, the act of one person toward another that presides over this rule of fidelity stands out against the background of a public space governed by the social contract, in virtue of which discussion is preferred over violence and the claim to truth inherent in all taking for true submits to the rule of the better argument. The epistemology of true discourse is thus subordinated to a political or better, cosmological rule about truthful discourse. So there is a circular relation between the personal responsibility of the speakers who commit themselves through promises, the dialogical dimension of the pact of fidelity in virtue of which one ought to keep one's promises, and the cosmopolitical dimension of the public space engendered by the tacit or virtual social contract. The responsibility thereby unfolded in a public space differs radically from Heideggerian resoluteness in the face of death, which we know at some point is not transferable from one Dasein to another. It is not the task of this work to outline even the lineaments of an ethical and political philosophy in light of which individual initiative could be inserted into a project of reasonable collective action. We can, however, at least situate the present of this indivisibly historical and political action at the point of articulation between the horizon of expectation and the space of experience. We then rediscover the assertion made earlier where, with Reinhard Koselleck, we said that our age is characterized both by the withdrawal of the horizon of expectation and a narrowing of the space of experience. If submitted to passively, this rending makes the present a time of crisis, in the double sense of a time of judgment and a time of decision. 57 In this idea of crisis is expressed the distension of our historical condition homologous with the Augustinian distentio animi. The present is wholly a crisis when expectation takes refuge in utopia and when tradition becomes only a dead deposit of the past. Faced with this threat of the historical present exploding, we have the task anticipated above, to prevent the tension between the two poles of thinking about history from turning into a schism. Therefore, on the one hand, to bring purely utopian expectations into connection with the present by strategic action concerned to take the first steps in the direction of the desirable and the reasonable, on the other hand, to resist the narrowing of our space of experience by liberating the unused potentialities of the past. Initiative, on the historical plane, consists in nothing other than the incessant transaction between these two tasks. However, if this transaction is not to express just a reactive will, but instead to confront this crisis, it has to express the force of the present. One philosopher has had the strength to think through this force of the present, Nietzsche, in the second of his untimely meditations, entitled On the Advantage and the Disadvantage of History for Life. 58 What Nietzsche dared to conceive of was the interruption the lived-through present brings about in regard to, if not the influence of the past, at least its influence over us even by means of historiography insofar as it carries out and calls for the abstraction of the past as the past for itself. Why is such a reflection untimely? For two related reasons. First, because it breaks immediately with the problem of knowledge, Wissen, in favor of that of life, Leben, and thereby puts the question of truth beneath that of utility, Nutzen, and the inconvenient, Nachteil. What is untimely is the unmotivated leap into a criteriology, which we know from the remainder of this book stems from Nietzsche's genealogical method, whose legitimacy is only guaranteed by the life it itself engenders. Equally untimely is the mutation the word history, Nietzsche writes, history undergoes. It no longer designates either of the two terms we have attempted to reconnect after having severed them from each other, neither the residential gesti nor narrative but rather historical culture or historical meaning. In Nietzsche's philosophy, these two untimely phenomena are inseparable. A genetic evaluation of anything is at the same time an evaluation of culture. This shift in meaning has as its major effect that it substitutes for every epistemological consideration on the conditions of history, in the sense of historiography, and even more so for every speculative attempt to write world history, the question of what it means to live historically. To struggle with this question is for Nietzsche the gigantic struggle with modernity that runs through all his work. 59 Modern historical culture has transformed our ability to remember, which distinguishes us from other animals, into a burden, the burden of the past, which makes our existence, Dasein, into a never-to-be-completed imperfect tense, p9. Here is where we find the most untimely point of his pamphlet. To escape from this perverse relationship to the past, we must become capable again of forgetting, or, to express it in a more learned fashion, we must have the capacity to live unhistorically, ibid, his emphasis. Forgetting is a force inherent in the plastic power of a man, a people, or a culture. I mean the power distinctively to grow out of itself, transforming and assimilating everything past and alien, to heal wounds, replace what is lost and reshape broken forms out of itself, p10. Forgetting is the work of this force, and inasmuch as it is itself willed, it delimits the closed and whole horizon within which alone a living being may remain healthy, strong, and fruitful. 60. The displacement from the question of history, as historiography or world history, to that of the historical is thus brought about in Nietzsche's text by the opposition between the historical and the unhistorical, the fruit of the untimely eruption of forgetfulness within the philosophy of culture. The unhistorical and the historical are equally necessary for the health of an individual, a people and a culture, p10. This proposition, Satz, is itself untimely insofar as it turns the unhistorical state, Zustand, into an instance of judgment concerning the abuse, the excess, constitutive of the historical culture of modern people. Then the man of life judges the man of knowledge, for whom history is one manner of closing off the life of humanity. 61 To denounce an excess, Übermaß, p14, is to assume that there is a good use for it. Here is where the arbitration of life begins. But we must not misunderstand what is going on here. The sort of typology that has made this essay by Nietzsche famous, its distinctions between monumental history, antiquarian history, and critical history, is not a neutral epistemological one. Still less does it represent an ordered progression as a function of some pure form, as does Hegel's philosophy of history, just as Nietzsche's third term occupies Hegel's second place, which it is important to note. Perhaps there is an iron-equal relation to Hegel in Nietzsche's threefold division. In each instance it is a question of a cultural figure, not of an epistemological mode of thought. They provide in turn an occasion for discerning the sort of wrong that written history does to actual history in a particular cultural constellation. And in each instance it is the service of life that is the criterion. Monumental history stems from learned culture. Even if it is written by enlightened minds, it is addressed to men of action and strength, to combatants, in search of models, teachers, and comforters that they cannot find among their associates or their contemporaries, p14, point 62. As the way it is named suggests, it both teaches and gives warning by its insistence on an obstinately retrospective perspective that interrupts all action with the held breath of reflection. Nietzsche speaks of it without sarcasm. Without a view of the whole chain of events, one cannot form an idea of man. Grandeur is only revealed in the monumental. Such history builds the famous man a mausoleum, which is nothing other than the belief in the affinity and continuity of the great of all ages. It is a protest against the change of generations and transitoriness, p16. Nowhere else does Nietzsche come so close to seconding Gadamer's plea in favor of the classical. From its commerce with the classical, the monumental consideration of history draws the conviction that the great which once existed was at least possible once and may well again be possible sometime, ibid. And yet, undoch. The secret vice of monumental history is that it misleads through the force of analogy, by the very fact that it equalizes differences and disperses disparities, leaving only the effect in itself, p17, which is never imitable, ones such as are celebrated by our great holidays. In this effacing of singularity, the past itself suffers damage, so leidet die Vergangenheit selbst Schaden, ibid. And if this is so for the greatest of the men of action and power, What is there to say of the mediocre who hide behind the authority of the monumental in order to thereby disguise their hatred for all grandeur? 63. If monumental history may assist the strong in mastering the past in order to create grandeur, antiquarian history helps ordinary people to persist in what a well-established tradition rooted in familiar soil offers as habitual and worthy of reverence. Preserve and revere. This motto is instinctually understood by a household, a generation, a city. It justifies an enduring neighborliness and sets us on guard against the seductions of cosmopolitan life, which is always seeking novelty. For this kind of history, to have roots is not some arbitrary accident, but to grow out of the soil of the past, to become the heir of its flowering and its fruits. But danger is not far off. If everything that is old and past is equally venerable, history is again injured not only by the short-sightedness of reverence but by the mummification of a past no longer animated by the present nor inspired by it. Life does not want to preserve itself but simply to go on. This is why there is need of a third kind of history to serve life, critical history. Its tribunal is not that of critical reason but the strong life. For this type of history, every past is worth condemning, p. 22. For to live is to be unjust and, even more so, unmerciful. If there is a time for forgetting, it is surely the one that condemns the aberrations, the passions, the errors, and the crimes of which we are the descendants. This cruelty is the time of forgetfulness, not through negligence but through deliberate misunderstanding. This is the time of a present that is as active as is the time of promise-making. It is clear that the reader of these awesome pages by Nietzsche has to know that all these sayings must be set within the framework of Nietzsche's great metaphorical stance that joins philology and physiology within a genealogy of morals, in what is also a theory of culture. This, in fact, is why the remainder of this essay breaks away from the taxonomic appearances of this typology to take up a more accusatory tone against the science of history. Against the cult of interiority, stemming from the distinction between inside and outside, p. 24, in short, against modernity, 64. This invective is not off target. Look at us, library rats turned into walking encyclopedias, individuals, void of any creative instinct, reduced to wearing masks, born with gray hairs. Historians, charged to guard history, have become eunuchs and history a harem which they oversee, p. 31. It is no longer the eternal feminine that draws us upward as in the closing verses of Goethe's Faust but the eternal objective, celebrated by our historical education and culture. Let us set aside this tone of invective, retaining from it only the important opposition it establishes between objectivity and the virtue of justice, which is rarer even than generosity, Grossmuth, p. 34. Unlike the icy demon of objectivity, justice, which a few pages before had been called injustice, dares to take up the scales, to judge and condemn, to set itself up as the last judgment. In this sense, truth itself is nothing without that striving, which has its root in justice, p. 33. For mere justice, without the power of judgment, Ibid, has inflicted the most horrible sufferings on human beings. Only superior power can judge. Weakness must tolerate, p. 34. Even the art of composing a whole cloth from the course of events, like a dramatist or by what I have called implotment, still stems, due to its cult of being intelligible, from the illusions of objective thought. Objectivity and justice have nothing to do with each other. It is true that it is not so much the art of composition that Nietzsche is against as the aesthetic attitude of detachment that once again aligns art on the side of monumental and antiquarian history. Here, too, as in those cases, the force of justice is missing. Point 65. If this untimely plea for a just history has a place in my own inquiry, it is because it grapples with and depends upon the crest of the present, between the projection of the future and the grasp of the past. Only from the standpoint of the highest strength craft of the present may you interpret Tüten the past, p. 37. Only today's grandeur can recognize the grandeur of the past, as one equal to another. In the last analysis, it is from the strength of the present that proceeds the strength to refigure time, the genuine historian must have the strength to recast the well-known into something never heard before and to proclaim the general so simply and profoundly that one overlooks its simplicity because of its profundity and its profundity because of its simplicity. p. 37. It is this strength that makes all the difference between a master and a slave. Even less is the present, in the suspension of the unhistorical, the eternal present of the Hegelian philosophy of history. Earlier, I referred to some of the serious misunderstandings inflicted on Hegel's philosophy of history. Nietzsche contributed much to this process. 66 But if Nietzsche could have helped to spread the misinterpretation of the Hegelian theme of the end of history, it was because he saw in the culture he was denouncing the exact culmination of this misinterpretation. 67 For the epigones, what could their age mean other than the musical coda of the world historical rondo, p. 47, or, in short, a superfluous existence? In the end, the Hegelian theme of the power mocked of history can only serve as a warning against making an idol of success, of fact, p. 48. Nietzsche takes these apologists of the factual as proclaiming, "We are the goal, we are the completion of nature," p. 50. In doing this, has Nietzsche accomplished anything more than the castigation of the arrogance of 19th-century Europe? If this were all, his pamphlet would not remain untimely for us as well. If it does remain so, it is because it contains within itself an enduring significance that a hermeneutic of historical time has the task of reactualizing in ever new contexts. For my own inquiry concerning the interconnections among the three ecstasies of time, brought about poetically by historical thought, this enduring significance concerns the status of the present in regard to history. On the one hand, the historical present is, in each era, the final term of a completed history, which itself completes and ends history. On the other hand, the present is, again in every era, or at least it may become, the inaugural force of a history that is yet to be made. 68 The present, in the first sense, speaks of the aging of the youth of history and establishes us as first-comers. 69. In this way, Nietzsche makes the notion of the historical present shift from the negative to the positive, by proceeding from the mere suspension of the historical through forgetfulness and the claims of the unhistorical to the affirmation of the strength of the present. At the same time, he inscribes this force of the present in the inspiring consolation of hope, Das Hoffnungsstreben, p. 63, which allows him to set aside the vituperation of the disadvantages of history in favor of what remains as the advantage of history for life. 70. So a certain iconoclasm directed against history, as sealed up in what is past and gone, is a necessary condition for its ability to refigure time. No doubt a time in suspension is required if our intentions directed at the future are to have the force to reactivate the unaccomplished possibilities of the past, and if effective history is to be carried by still living traditions. Conclusions. The conclusions I propose to draw at the end of our long journey will not be limited to summing up the results attained. They have the further aim of exploring the limits our enterprise runs into, just as I did previously in the concluding chapter of the Rule of Metaphor. 1. What I should like to explore both in shape and limits is the hypothesis that has oriented this work from its very beginning, namely, that temporality cannot be spoken of in the direct discourse of phenomenology, but rather requires the mediation of the indirect discourse of narration. The negative half of this demonstration lies in our assertion that the most exemplary attempts to express the lived experience of time in its immediacy result in the multiplication of aporias, as the instrument of analysis becomes ever more precise. It is these aporias that the poetics of narrative deals with as so many knots to be untied. In its schematic form, our working hypothesis thus amounts to taking narrative as a guardian of time, insofar as there can be no thought about time without narrated time. Whence the general title of this third volume, Narrated Time. We apprehended this correspondence between narrative and time for the first time in our confrontation between the Augustinian theory of time and the Aristotelian theory of the plot, which began Volume 1. The whole continuation of our analyses has been one vast extrapolation from this initial correlation. The question that I now pose, upon rereading all this material, is whether this amplification is equivalent to a mere multiplication of mediations between time and narrative, or whether the initial correspondence changed its nature over the course of our developments. This question first arose on the epistemological level, under the title The Configuration of Time by Narrative, next within the framework of historiography, Part 2 of Volume 1, then within that of fictional narrative, Volume 2. We were able to measure the enrichments that the central notion of implotment received in these two cases, when historical explanation or narratological rationality were superimposed on underlying basic narrative configurations. Conversely, thanks to the Husserlian method of questioning back, Ricoeur, we showed that such rationalizations of narrative lead back, through appropriate intermediary terms, to the formal principle of configuration described in the first part of Volume 1. The notions of quasi-plot, quasi-character, and quasi-event elaborated at the end of Part 2, bear witness, on the side of historiography, to this always possible derivation, as does, on the side of narratology, the persistence of the same formal principle of configuration even in those forms of composition of the novel apparently most inclined toward schism, as shown in our analyses in Volume 2. Hence I believe that we can affirm that on the epistemological plane of configuration, the multiplication of intermediary links merely extends the mediations without ever breaking the chain, despite the epistemological breaks legitimately made in our day by historiography and narratology in their respective domains. Does the same thing apply on the ontic plane of the refiguration of time by narrative, the plane upon which the analyses in this third volume have unfolded? There are two reasons for posing this question. For one thing, the apoetics of time, which occupied section 1 in this volume, was considerably enriched by our adding to the Augustinian core of our initial analyses the important developments made by phenomenology, so that we may rightly question whether our expansion of this apoetics has been homogeneous. Secondly, it is not clear that the structure of the 7 chapters in section 2 of this volume, which give the reply of the poetics of narrative to the apoetics of time, obeys the same law of derivation from the simple to the complex, illustrated by the epistemology of historiography and of narratology. It is to answer this double interrogation that I propose here a rereading of the apoetics of time, one that will follow another order of composition than the one imposed by the history of the doctrines involved. It seems to me that 3 problematics have remained entangled in our analyses from author to author, even from work to work, in the first section. 1. We concentrated on the aporia resulting from the mutual occultation of the phenomenological and the cosmological perspectives. This difficulty seemed so serious to me that it governed the construction, in the form of a polemic, of section 1, Aristotle against Augustine, Kant against Husserl, the upholders of so-called ordinary time against Heidegger. What is more, it took no less than 5 chapters to elaborate the response of the narrative function to this most visible of the aporias of tempi erliti. The first question we must pose, therefore, is to verify at what point the interweaving of the referential intentions of history and fiction constitutes an adequate response to this initial great aporia, the aporia of a double perspective in speculation on time. 2. Our mostly positive response to this first question must not, in turn, conceal a difficulty that is rebellious in another way, one that has remained bound up with the preceding one in the apoetics of time. It is the question of what meaning to give to the process of totalization of the ecstasies of time, in virtue of which time is always spoken of in the singular. This second aporia is not just irreducible to the first one, it dominates it. The representation of time as a collective singular surpasses the split into phenomenological and cosmological approaches. So it will be necessary to undertake a review of the aporias bound to this representation and lost sight of in our historical inquiry, so as to give them the preeminence due them that the privilege accorded the first cycle of aporias may have covered over. Having done this, we shall be in a position to pose the question whether our 2 final chapters bring as adequate a response to the aporia of the totality of time as the 5 preceding ones bring to the aporia of the double perspective on time. A less adequate reply to the question on the level of this second great aporia of tempi erliti will give us a premonition of the limits ultimately encountered by our ambition of saturating the apoetics of time with the poetics of narrative. 3. Is the aporia of totalization the last word in the apoetics of time? Upon reflection, I do not think so. An even more intractable aporia is concealed behind the two preceding ones. It has to do with the ultimate unrepresentability of time, which makes even phenomenology continually turn to metaphors and to the language of myth, in order to talk about the upsurge of the present or the flowing of the unitary flux of time. No particular chapter was devoted to this aporia, which in a way circulates among the interstices of our aporetics. The corresponding question is thus whether narrativity is capable of giving an adequate reply to this failure to represent time, a reply drawn from its own resources. The response to this embarrassing question was not the object of a separate examination in the second section of this volume, any more than the question itself was. Therefore we shall have to gather up the membra disjecta of the broken discourse supposed to respond to this powerful aporia. For the moment, let us be content to formulate the problem in the briefest possible manner. Can we still give a narrative equivalent to the strange temporal situation that makes us say that everything, ourselves included, is in time, not in the sense given this in by some ordinary acceptation as Heidegger would have it in being and time, but in the sense that myths say that time encompasses us with its vastness? To answer this question constitutes the supreme test of our ambition to reply adequately to the aporetics of time with the poetics of narrative. The new hierarchy between the aporias of temporality that we are proposing here thus runs the risk of making apparent an increasing inadequacy in our response to the question, and hence in the response of the poetics of narrative to the aporetics of time. The virtue of this test of adequation will be at least to have revealed both the scope of the domain where the reply of the poetics of narrative to the aporetics of time is pertinent and the limit beyond which temporality, escaping from the grid-work of narrativity, moves once again from being a problem to being a mystery. The first aporia of temporality, narrative identity. Most certainly it is to the first aporia that the poetics of narrative provides the least sketchy response. Narrated time is like a bridge set over the breach speculation constantly opens between phenomenological time and cosmological time. A rereading of what has been said about this aporetics confirms to what point the progression of our analyses has accentuated the seriousness of this aporia. Augustine has no other resource when it comes to the cosmological doctrines than to oppose to them the time of a mind that distends itself. This mind has to be that of an individual soul but by no means that of a world soul. Yet his meditation on the beginning of creation leads Augustine to confess that time itself had a beginning along with created things. This time must be that of every creature, therefore, in a sense that cannot be explicated within the framework of the doctrine in Book 11 of the Confessions, a cosmological time. On the other hand, Aristotle is quite sure that time is not movement, and that it requires a soul to distinguish instants and count intervals. But this implication of a soul cannot figure in the pure definition of time as the number of movement in respect of the before and after, out of fear that time will be elevated to the rank of the ultimate principles of the physics, which only allows this rôle to movement, with its enigmatic definition as the fulfillment of what is potentially, as such. In short, the physical definition of time by itself is incapable of accounting for the psychological conditions for the apprehension of this time. As for Husserl, he may try to set objective time with its already constituted determinations in parentheses, since the actual constitution of phenomenological time has to take place on the level of a pure heiltics of consciousness. But a discourse about the heiltic can occur only thanks to the borrowings it makes from the determinations of constituted time. So constituting time cannot be elevated to the rank of pure appearing without some shift in meaning from the constituting to the constituted. Yet if this has to occur, it is difficult to see how we can draw from phenomenological time, which must be the time of an individual consciousness, the objective time that, by hypothesis, is the time of the whole of reality. Conversely, time according to Kant immediately has all the features of a cosmological time, inasmuch as it is the presupposition of every empirical change. Hence it is a structure of nature, which includes the empirical egos of each and every one of us. Yet I cannot see how such time can reside in the gamut, since we cannot articulate any phenomenology of this gamut without bringing back to life that rational psychology that the paralogisms had condemned once and for all. It is with Heidegger that this aporia stemming from the mutual occultation of phenomenological time and cosmological time seems to me to have reached its highest degree of virulence, despite the fact that the hierarchy of levels of temporalization brought to light by the hermeneutic phenomenology of Dasein does assign a place to within-timeness, that is, to being within time. When taken in this derived, yet original, sense, time does appear to be coextensive with being in the world, as is attested to by the very expression world-time. However, even world-time remains the time of some Dasein, individual in every case, in virtue of the intimate tie between care and being towards death, that untransferable feature that characterizes every Dasein as existing. This is why the derivation of ordinary time through a leveling off of the aspects of the worldliness of authentic temporality seemed to me to lack credibility. On the contrary, it seemed more enriching to the discussion to situate the dividing line between the two perspectives on time at the very point where Heidegger sees an operation of leveling off, which must appear to him as an error in thinking, a betrayal of authentic phenomenology. The fracture here seems all the deeper because it is so narrow. It is to this aporia of the mutual occultation of these two perspectives on time that our poetics of narrative seeks to offer its answer. The mimetic activity of narrative may be schematically characterized as the invention of a third time constructed over the very fracture whose trace our aporetics has brought to sight. This expression third time appeared in our analysis as a way of characterizing the construction by historical thinking of connectors as determinate as calendar time. Yet this expression merits being extended to all of our analyses, or at least up to the threshold of our last two chapters. The question, in any case, which has not been answered, which we are posing here, is how to evaluate the degree of adequacy of this reply. In other words, to what point does the interweaving of the respective ontological intentions of history and fiction constitute an appropriate response to the mutual occultation of the phenomenological and cosmological perspectives on time? In order to set the stage for our response, let us sum up the strategy we have been following. We started from the idea that this third time had its own dialectic, its production not being able to be assigned in any exhaustive way to either history or fictional narrative, but rather to their interweaving. This idea of an interweaving of the respective referential intentions of history and fictional narrative governed the strategy we followed in the first 5 chapters of the second section of this volume. In order to make sense of the criss-crossing reference of history and fiction, we in effect interwove our own chapters about them. We began with the contrast between a historical time reinscribed on cosmic time and a time handed over to the imaginative variations of fiction. Next we paused at the stage of the correspondence between the function of standing for the historical past and the meaning effects produced by the confrontation between the world of the text and the world of the reader. Finally, we moved to the level of an interpenetration of history and fiction, stemming from the criss-crossing processes of a fictionalization of history and a historization of fiction. This dialectic of interweaving might in itself be one sign of the inadequacy of our poetics to our aporetics, if there were not born from this mutual fruitfulness an offshoot, whose concept I will introduce here, one that testifies to a certain unification of the various meaning effects of narrative. The fragile offshoot issuing from the union of history and fiction is the assignment to an individual or a community of a specific identity that we can call their narrative identity. Here identity is taken in the sense of a practical category. To state the identity of an individual or a community is to answer the question, who did this? Who is the agent, the author? We first answer this question by naming someone, that is, by designating them with a proper name. But what is the basis for the permanence of this proper name? What justifies our taking the subject of an action, so designated by his, her, or its proper name, as the same throughout a life that stretches from birth to death? The answer has to be narrative. To answer the question who, as Hannah Arendt has so forcefully put it, is to tell the story of a life. The story told tells about the action of the who. And the identity of this who therefore itself must be a narrative identity. Without the recourse to narration, the problem of personal identity would in fact be condemned to an antinomy with no solution. Either we must posit a subject identical with itself through the diversity of its different states, or, following Hume and Nietzsche, we must hold that this identical subject is nothing more than a substantialist illusion, whose elimination merely brings to light a pure manifold of cognitions, emotions, and volitions. This dilemma disappears if we substitute for identity understood in the sense of being the same, idem, identity understood in the sense of oneself as self-same swamim, ipsi. The difference between idem and ipsi is nothing more than the difference between a substantial or formal identity and a narrative identity. Self-sameness, self-constancy, can escape the dilemma of the same and the other to the extent that its identity rests on a temporal structure that conforms to the model of dynamic identity arising from the poetic composition of a narrative text. The self characterized by self-sameness may then be said to be refigured by the reflective application of such narrative configurations. Unlike the abstract identity of the same, this narrative identity, constitutive of self-constancy, can include change, mutability, within the cohesion of one lifetime. 3 The subject then appears both as a reader and the writer of its own life, as Proust would have it. 4 As the literary analysis of autobiography confirms, the story of a life continues to be refigured by all the truthful or fictive stories a subject tells about himself or herself. This refiguration makes this life itself a cloth woven of stories told. This connection between self-constancy and narrative identity confirms one of my oldest convictions, namely, that the self of self-knowledge is not the egotistical and narcissistic ego whose hypocrisy and naivete the hermeneutics of suspicion have denounced, along with its aspects of an ideological superstructure and infantile and neurotic archaism. The self of self-knowledge is the fruit of an examined life, to recall Socrates' phrase in the Apology. And an examined life is, in large part, one purged, one clarified by the cathartic effects of the narratives, be they historical or fictional, conveyed by our culture. So self-constancy refers to a self instructed by the works of a culture that it has applied to itself. The notion of narrative identity also indicates its fruitfulness in that it can be applied to a community as well as to an individual. We can speak of the self-constancy of a community, just as we spoke of it as applied to an individual subject. Individual and community are constituted in their identity by taking up narratives that become for them their actual history. Here 2 examples may be set parallel to each other. The one is drawn from the sphere of the most thoroughgoing individual subjectivity, the other is drawn from the history of cultures and of mentalities. On the one side, psychoanalytic experience throws into relief the role of the narrative component in what are usually called case histories. It is in the work of the Analysand, which by the way Freud called working through, Durcharbeitung, that this role can be grasped. It is further justified by the very goal of the whole process of the cure, which is to substitute for the bits and pieces of stories that are unintelligible as well as unbearable, a coherent and acceptable story, in which the analysand can recognize his or her self-constancy. In this regard, psychoanalysis constitutes a particularly instructive laboratory for a properly philosophical inquiry into the notion of narrative identity. In it, we can see how the story of a life comes to be constituted through a series of rectifications applied to previous narratives, just as the history of a people, or a collectivity, or an institution proceeds from the series of corrections that new historians bring to their predecessors' descriptions and explanations, and, step by step, to the legends that preceded this genuinely historiographical work. As has been said, history always proceeds from history. 5 The same thing applies to the work of correction and rectification constitutive of analytic working through. Subjects recognize themselves in the stories they tell about themselves. Our comparison between analytic working through and the work of the historian facilitates the transition from our first to our second example. This is borrowed from the history of a particular community, biblical Israel. This example is especially applicable because no other people has been so overwhelmingly impassioned by the narratives it has told about itself. On the one hand, the delimitation of narratives subsequently taken as canonical expresses, even reflects, the character of this people who gave themselves, among other writings, the patriarchal narratives, those of the Exodus, those of the settlement in Canaan, then those of the Davidic monarchy, then those of the exile and return. But we may also say, with just as much pertinence, that it was in telling these narratives taken to be testimony about the founding events of its history that biblical Israel became the historical community that bears this name. The relation is circular. The historical community called the Jewish people has drawn its identity from the reception of those texts that it had produced. This circular relation between what we may call a character, which may be that of an individual as well as that of a people, and the narratives that both express and shape this character, illustrates in a marvelous way the circle referred to at the beginning of our description of threefold mimesis. Point 6. The third mimetic relation of narrative to practice, we said, leads back to the first relation by way of the second relation. At that time, this circle disturbed us in that it might be objected that the first mimetic relation already bears the mark of previous narratives, in virtue of the symbolic structure of action. Is there, we asked, any experience that is not already the fruit of narrative activity? At the end of our inquiry into the refiguration of time by narrative, we can affirm without hesitation that this circle is a wholesome one. The first mimetic relation refers, in the case of an individual, to the semantics of desire, which only includes those pre-narrative features attached to the demand constitutive of human desire. The third mimetic relation is defined by the narrative identity of an individual or a people, stemming from the endless rectification of a previous narrative by a subsequent one, and from the chain of refigurations that results from this. In a word, narrative identity is the poetic resolution of the hermeneutic circle. At the end of this first set of conclusions, I would like to indicate the limits of the solution that the notion of narrative identity brings to the initial aporia of tempi erliti. Certainly, the constitution of narrative identity does illustrate in a useful way the interplay of history and narrative in the refiguration of a time that is itself indivisibly phenomenological time and cosmological time. But it also includes, in turn, an internal limitation that bears witness to the first inadequacy of the answer narration brings to the question posed by the aporetics of tempi erliti. In the first place, narrative identity is not a stable and seamless identity. Just as it is possible to compose several plots on the subject of the same incidents, which, thus, should not really be called the same events, so it is always possible to weave different, even opposed, plots about our lives. In this regard, we might say that, in the exchange of roles between history and fiction, the historical component of a narrative about oneself draws this narrative toward the side of a chronicle submitted to the same documentary verifications as any other historical narration, while the fictional component draws it toward those imaginative variations that destabilize narrative identity. In this sense, narrative identity continues to make and unmake itself, and the question of trust that Jesus posed to his disciples, "Who do you say that I am?" is one that each of us can pose concerning ourself, with the same perplexity that the disciples questioned by Jesus felt. Narrative identity thus becomes the name of a problem at least as much as it is that of a solution. A systematic investigation of autobiography and self-portraiture would no doubt verify this instability in principle of narrative identity. Next, narrative identity does not exhaust the question of the self-constancy of a subject, whether this be a particular individual or a community of individuals. Our analysis of the act of reading leads us to say rather that the practice of narrative lies in a thought experiment by means of which we try to inhabit worlds foreign to us. In this sense, narrative exercises the imagination more than the will, even though it remains a category of action. It is true that this opposition between imagination and will applies most aptly to that moment of reading we called the moment of stasis. But we added that reading also includes a moment of impetus. This is when reading becomes a provocation to be and to act differently. However, this impetus is transformed into action only through a decision whereby a person says, "Here I stand." So narrative identity is not equivalent to true self-constancy except through this decisive moment, which makes ethical responsibility the highest factor in self-constancy. Levinas's well-known analysis of promise-keeping and, in a way, his whole work bear witness to this. The plea that the theory of narrative can always oppose to ethics' claim to be the sole judge of the constitution of subjectivity would be to recall that narrativity is not denuded of every normative, evaluative, or prescriptive dimension. The theory of reading has warned us that the strategy of persuasion undertaken by the narrator is aimed at imposing on the reader a vision of the world that is never ethically neutral, but that rather implicitly or explicitly induces a new evaluation of the world and of the reader as well. In this sense, narrative already belongs to the ethical field in virtue of its claim inseparable from its narration to ethical justice. Still it belongs to the reader, now an agent, an initiator of action, to choose among the multiple proposals of ethical justice brought forth by reading. It is at this point that the notion of narrative identity encounters its limit and has to link up with the non-narrative components in the formation of an acting subject. The second aporia of temporality, totality and totalization. This is an aporia distinct from that of totality per se. The preceding aporia stemmed from the non-congruence between two perspectives on time, that of phenomenology and that of cosmology. This second aporia is born from the dissociation among the three ecstasies of time: the future, the past, and the present, despite the unavoidable notion of time conceived of as a collective singular. We always speak of time. If phenomenology does not provide a theoretical response to this aporia, does thought about history, which we have said transcends the duality of historical and fictional narrative, provide a practical one? The answer to this question constituted what was at stake in our final two chapters. In what way does this response have to do with practice? In two ways. First, renouncing the speculative solution proposed by Hegel forced us to substitute the notion of totalization for that of totality. Next, this totalization appeared to us to be the fruit of an imperfect mediation between a horizon of expectation, the retrieval of past heritages, and the occurrence of the untimely present. In this double sense, the process of totalization places thinking about history in the practical dimension. In order to measure the degree of adequation between this practical process of totalization and the theoretical aporia of totality, it will be necessary to undertake another reading of our aporetics, inasmuch as the historical approach of our first section emphasized our initial aporia while leaving the various expressions of this second one scattered here and there. That there is just one time is what the Timaeus presupposes as soon as it defines time as a moving image of eternity, 37d. Furthermore, this time is coextensive with the single world soul, and is born along with the heavens. Yet this world soul stems from multiple divisions and admixtures, all governed by the dialectic of the same and the other. The discussion that Aristotle devotes to the relations between time and movement also presupposes the oneness of time. The question that presides over his preliminary examination of the tradition and its aporias is what time is and what is its nature, Physics, 4, 218-32. The oneness of time is explicitly the aim of the argument that distinguishes time from movement, namely, that there are many movements but just one time. This argument preserved its force as long as movement itself had not been unified into one thing, which could not occur before the formulation of the principle of inertia. In return, Aristotle, by preventing himself from elevating time to the rank of a principle of nature, could not say how a soul, in distinguishing instants and counting intervals, could conceive of the unity of time. As for Augustine, it will be recalled with what force he poses the troublesome question, what, then, is time? Nor have we forgotten the confession that follows, which gives his inquiry the tonality of interrogative thinking. The conflict between intentio and distentio may thus be reinterpreted in terms of a dilemma between the assembled unity of time and its bursting apart as a function of memory, anticipation, and attention. Our whole aporia lies in this structure of the threefold present. It is with Kant, Husserl, and Heidegger that the oneness of time as such is made problematic. Kant seems to echo Augustine when in turn he comes to pose the question, what, then, are space and time? A23, B37. But he does so in order to introduce, with a confident tone, the table of possible answers from which he makes one unequivocal choice, namely, that they belong only to the form of intuition, and therefore to the subjective constitution of our mind. Gamut, A23, B37, 38. So the ideal nature of time assures its oneness. And this oneness of time is that of a form in our capacity to take up a manifold of impressions. This oneness serves in turn the argument in the metaphysical, then in the transcendental exposition of the concept of time. It is because time is a collective singular that it cannot be a discursive concept, that is, a genus divisible into species. Instead it is an a priori intuition. Whence the axiomatic form of the argument, different times are but parts of one and the same time, a 31, b 47. And again, the infinitude of time signifies nothing more than that every determinate magnitude of time is possible only through limitations of one single time that underlies it, a 32, b 48. In the same argument, he speaks of the whole representation of time, which is nothing other than the original representation of time, ibid. So it is as a priori that the intuition of time is posited as the intuition of one unique time. Yet this unity becomes problematic in the transcendental analytic. In the first place, the doctrine of the schematism introduces the distinction between the series of time, the content of time, the order of time, and the scope of time in respect of all possible objects. Yet this plurality of determinations of time, A 145, B 184, linked to the plurality of schemata, does not really threaten the unity established on the level of the aesthetic seven, but it is not clear that the same thing may be said about the distinction between the three modes of time that the successive examination of the analogies of experience imposes, namely, permanence, succession, simultaneity. It is the permanence of time that poses the most serious problem. It is partially bound up with the schema of substance, and through this with the principle that bears the same name, permanence. And it is on the occasion of the first of these connections that Kant declares, in parenthesis, it is true, that the existence of what is transitory passes away in time but not time itself. To time, itself non-transitory and abiding, there corresponds in the field of appearance what is non-transitory in existence, that is, substance. Only in relation to substance can the succession and coexistence of appearances be determined in time, A 143, B 183. This statement has the ring of a paradox. Permanence somehow includes succession and simultaneity. The aesthetic, not yet having to deal with specific objects, or objective phenomena, recognizes only the oneness and infinity of time. But now it happens that phenomenal objectivity gives rise to this unexpected feature, permanence, which participates in the same a priori character of all the aspects of time acknowledged by the aesthetic. For the moment we shall confine this paradox to the limits of our second aporia, as it confronts a transcendental reflection that is still the master of its thematic subject. But we shall also return to its examination again within the framework of our third aporia, because here reflection seems to run up against something inscrutable and resistant to any clarification. Nothing, however, allows us to think that Kant was surprised by this immutable and fixed time that does not flow. This assertion of the unique and unitary character of the form of time, the least discussed assertion of any in Kant, becomes a problem for Husserl. We might think that this aspect belongs to objective time, which he begins by bracketing out. But such is not the case. Even the title of his lectures indicates this. The compound expression that is possible in German Zeitbewusstsein suggests the idea of two things that are one consciousness, one time. 8 Indeed, what is ultimately at stake is the self-constitution of time as a single flux. But, within a Heiltix, since the constitution of immanent time ultimately depends on this, how is it possible to constitute the unitary form of time without recourse to a principle extrinsic to the manifold of impressions, such as we find in Kant and Brentano? The major discovery with which we have credited Husserl, the constitution of an extended present by the continuous addition of retentions and protensions to the source point of the living present, only partially answers this question. Only partial totalities, the well-known tempo objects of the type of the sound that continues to resonate, are constituted in this way. So how are we to pass from such fragments of duration to temporal duration itself? p. 45. The direction in which we have to look for a solution is of course well known. The totality of time has to be the corollary of its continuity. But can we draw this corollary from the simple iteration of the phenomenon of retention and protension? I do not see how retentions of retentions can make up a single flux. This cannot happen directly inasmuch as we must bring together, in this one flow, memories that are continually issuing from the living present, quasi-presents freely imagined along with their own sets of retentions and protensions, and recollections that do not stand in a direct connection with the living present, yet which are endowed with a positional character not found in merely imagined quasi-presents. Does the phenomenon of coincidence that is supposed to transpose, on a wider scale, the phenomenon of the continuation of the present into the recent past really account for what Husserl himself calls the linking of time? The insufficiency of this explanation is attested to by the necessity to pursue the constitution of immanent time on a more radical level, reached only in the third section of the phenomenology of internal time consciousness. The difficulty that it is supposed to respond to results from the need to acknowledge that every kind of memory has a fixed place in the unitary flow of time, along with the increasing fading away of these contents resulting from their falling back into an ever more distant and hazy past. In order to confront this difficulty, Husserl splits up the intentionality that slides back and forth along the length of this flux, distinguishing from the primary intentionality that is directed toward the modifications in how a particular object is presented a second form of intentionality that aims at the temporal position of this experienced object independently of its degree of distance from the living present. But the place of a phenomenon in time refers to the totality of the flux of time considered as a form. 9 So we rediscover once again Kant's paradox that time itself does not flow. And it is this constitution that gives meaning to the expression to happen in time. What the preposition in designates is precisely the fixity of the temporal position, distinct from the degree of distanciation of the lived contents. The difficulty for Husserl is finally to draw, from a phenomenology applied in the first place to the continuous expansions of a point source, a phenomenology of the whole of time. But neither the constitution of tempo objects that still have, if we may put it this way, one foot in the living present, nor the phenomenon of coincidence stemming from the mutual overlapping of the stages of retention and protension of every quasi-present can perfectly account for the self-constitution of immanent time as a total flux. Husserl's difficulty here is expressed in several ways. Sometimes he invokes some a priori temporal laws, the title of 33, sometimes he admits that it is startling, if not at first sight even contradictory, to assert that the flux of consciousness constitutes its own unity, p. 106, sometimes he simply confesses, for all this, names are lacking, p. 100. We may ask therefore whether Husserl's obstinacy in looking for an answer appropriate to the question of the unity of this flux does not have to do with the most fundamental presupposition of all, that of the unity of consciousness itself, which the unity of time redoubles. Even assuming that such a unity can be spared the criticisms of a Hume or a Nietzsche, the monadic character of its constitution would still be a problem. And the constitution of a common time will then depend on the constitution of an intersubjectivity. We can doubt whether the communalization of individual experiences proposed in the fifth Cartesian meditation succeeds any better in engendering a unique time than does the experience of the coincidence of what is experienced within a single consciousness. 10. Finally, with Heidegger, the question of temporal totality reaches the highest point of critical reflection and, in this, of perplexity. By stressing, as we have done in our discussion, the aporia of ordinary time, we have pushed into the background the theme that in fact opens the second section of Being and Time, the possibility of Daseins being a whole. Nowhere is it said why this question is the principal one that a hermeneutic phenomenology of time has to pose. It is just the answer brought by the analysis of being towards death that reveals, after the fact, the urgency of the question of the potentiality of being a whole. But whatever may be said about the priority of the question over the answer, an unexpected turn is given to the question of totality through this relation to mortality. In the first place, time will not be an infinite given, as in Kant, but rather an aspect of finitude. Mortality not the event of death in public time, but the fact that each of us is destined for our own death indicates the internal closure of primordial temporality. Next, time will not be a form, in either the Kantian or the Husserlian sense, but a process inherent in the most intimate structure of Dasein, namely, care. There is no need, therefore, to assume a double intentionality, one part adhering to the contents and their interplay of retentions and protensions, the other designating the immutable place of a lived experience in a time that is itself fixed. The question of place is relegated, through the byways of within-timeness and its leveling off, to the false pretensions of ordinary time. The perplexity resulting from this response to the question of being a whole arises for several reasons. First, the connection between being a whole and being towards death has to be attested to by the testimony of conscience, whose most authentic expression, according to Heidegger, lies in resolute anticipation. It follows that the meaning of the process of totalization is not accessible to the kind of impersonal reflection that governs Kant's transcendental aesthetic, nor to as disinterested a subject as Husserl's transcendental ego. At the same time, it becomes difficult to distinguish, within this resolute anticipation, what is existential, hence communicable in principle, and what is existential, that is, a personal option for Heidegger the human being. I already indicated above that other existential conceptions, those of Augustine, Pascal, Kierkegaard, Sartre, are set aside here in the name of a kind of stoicism that makes resolution in the face of death the supreme test of authenticity. Heidegger's choice is certainly acceptable on the level of a personal ethics, but it sets his whole analysis of being a whole in a conceptual fog that is difficult to pierce. Indeed, this analysis seems to be moved by two contrary impulses. According to the first of these, the hermeneutic phenomenology of care tends to close in on itself in terms of an inner phenomenon, which is not transferable from one Dasein to another, that we can call one's own lived death, just as we speak of one's own lived body. Point 11. For the second impulse, the temporal structure of care, restored to the opening of Sich-Vorweg, being ahead of itself, opens on the immense dialectic of coming towards, having been, and making present. I will not deny that this second impulse given to the question of being a whole takes precedence over the first one only if the existential analysis is borne by an existential attitude that places unconcern about one's own death above anticipatory resoluteness, and is thereby inclined to take philosophy as a celebration of life rather than as a preparation for death. The reasons for this other existential choice would have to be demonstrated elsewhere than within the framework of a simple analytic of Dasein, still too caught up in a philosophical anthropology. If we assume that we can abstract the question of being a whole from the kind of stranglehold inflicted upon it by the equating of being a whole and being towards death, an even more serious aporia concerning being a whole is brought to light. Recall how Heidegger moves from the notion of temporality to that of temporalization, in parallel with his replacement of possibility, in the Kantian sense, with making possible. What temporalization makes possible is precisely the unity of coming towards, having been, and making present. This unity is said to be undermined from within by the dehiscence of what Heidegger henceforth calls the ecstasies of time, referring to the Greek ekstatikon, to which the German Außer-sich corresponds. Whence the surprising assertion, temporality is the primordial outside of itself Außer-sich in and for itself, p. 377. In this way, we are returned in one step to the very beginning of our investigation, to the Augustinian distentio animi, in short, to the discordant concordance that launched all our analyses. Point 12. This outside of itself, by means of which time is externalized in relation to itself, constitutes such a powerful structure, at the heart of the basic experience of temporality, that it governs every process of differentiation that, on the two other levels of temporalization, breaks apart its unity. Whether it be a question of the stretching along of time on the level of historicality, or of the extension of the lapse of time on the level of within-timeness, the primordial outside of itself pursues its subversive career right up to its triumph in the ordinary concept of time, said to proceed from within-timeness by means of a process of leveling off. This ultimate transition, which is also a fall, is made possible by extrapolating the temporal features of care to the whole ensemble of being in the world, thanks to which we can speak of the world historical character of beings other than Dasein. The mutual exteriority of the nows of chronological time is just a degraded representation. At least it does have the virtue of making explicit, at the price of a belated objectification, that aspect of primordial temporality that means that it gathers things together only by dispersing them. But how do we know that temporality gathers things together, despite the power of dispersion that undermines it? Is it because, without ever having posed the question, care is itself taken to be a collective singular as was the Husserlian consciousness, which is originarily one with itself? How has the poetics of narrative responded to this many-sided aporia concerning totality? It first opposed a firm but costly refusal to the ambition of thought to bring about a totalization of history entirely permeable to the light of concepts, and recapitulated in the eternal present of absolute knowledge. To this unacceptable solution, the poetics of narrative next opposed an imperfect mediation between the three dimensions of expectation, tradition, and the force of the present. Is this totalization through an imperfect mediation an adequate reply to the aporia of the totality of time? We may, in my opinion, recognize a good correlation between the imperfect mediation that governs thinking about history and the multiform unity of temporality, on the condition of stressing both the multiform character of the unity assigned to time taken as a collective singular and the imperfect character of said mediation between the horizon of expectation, traditionality, and the historical present. It is noteworthy, in this respect, that historical thinking transposes, in a resolutely practical way and on the dialogical plane of a common history, the phenomenological analyses we have seen carried out in a speculative manner and on a monological plane. To see this, let us retrace again the principal steps of our ternary analysis of historical consciousness. By deliberately beginning with the notion of a horizon of expectation, we in a way legitimate the reversal of priorities brought about by Heidegger within the framework of a hermeneutic phenomenology of care. Horizon of expectation and being ahead of itself correspond term by term to each other in this sense. But, owing to the double transposition just spoken of, expectation is immediately conceived of as a structure of practice. It is acting beings who try to make their history and who undergo the evils engendered by this very effort. What is more, this projection is open to the future of the historical communities we belong to and, beyond these, to the undetermined future of humanity as a whole. The notion of expectation therefore differs from Heidegger's being ahead of itself, which runs up against the internal closure that being towards death imposes on all anticipation. The same kinship and the same contrast can be discerned between Heidegger's having been and our concept of traditionality. The monological theme of fallenness is transposed into the dialogical theme par excellence of being affected by history. What is more, the pathetic aspect of fallenness is transposed into the practical category of the consciousness of the efficacity of history. Finally, it is the same concepts of trace, heritage, and debt that govern both analyses. But, whereas Heidegger only conceives, at least on the most primordial plane, of a transmission of a heritage from oneself to oneself, traditionality includes the confession of a debt that is fundamentally contracted on behalf of another. Heritages are transmitted principally through language and most often on the basis of symbolic systems implying a minimum of shared beliefs and understandings about the rules permitting the deciphering of signs, symbols, and norms current in a group. A third set of correspondences, finally, may be discerned on the level of making present, to which corresponds, on the side of historical consciousness, the force of the present. A kinship can be recognized between the circumspection accorded the presence of things present at hand and ready to hand and the historical present, concerning which, following Nietzsche, we have underscored its rootedness in life, at least so long as history can be evaluated in terms of its advantages and disadvantages. However, it is here that the reply of historical consciousness to the aporetics of time indicates the greatest gap in the transposition from one plane to another. On the one hand, the frankly practical character of any initiative gives the notion of a historical present its primary force. Initiative is, above all else, what actualizes the competence of an acting subject. Therefore, what comes under any untimely consideration are the untimely aspects of all initiative per se. So the present is most clearly grasped in terms of its occurrence in time. On the other hand, the dialogical character of the historical present immediately places it under the category of living together. Initiatives are inscribed on the common world of contemporaries, to take up again the vocabulary of Alfred Schutz. We showed this with the example of promises, which commit the monadic subject only on the condition of a reciprocity governing mutual expectations and, in the end, a social pact dependent upon the idea of justice. In many ways, therefore, the imperfect mediation of historical consciousness responds to the multiform unity of temporality. We have yet to say what corresponds, on the side of historical consciousness, to the very idea of a unity of the three ecstasies of time, beyond their differentiation. One important theme from being and time can perhaps point the way to an answer. This is the theme of repetition or, better, recapitulation, Wiederholung, whose analysis takes place precisely on the plane of historicality. Repetition, we said, is the name by which the anticipation of the future, the taking up of fallenness, and the Augenblick adjusted to its time reconstitute their fragile unity. 13 Repetition, says Heidegger, is handing down explicitly, that is to say, going back into the possibilities of the Dasein that has been there, p. 437. In this way, the primacy of anticipatory resoluteness over the past is affirmed. But it is not certain that repetition satisfies the prerequisites of time considered as a collective singular. In the first place, it is striking that this theme is not proposed in the chapter devoted to primordial temporality, at the same level as the ecstatic being outside itself of time. In the second place, this theme does not really add much to the theme of anticipatory resoluteness, so strongly stamped by being towards death. Finally, it seems to play no role when making present, the third ecstasis of time, is taken up for its own sake. This is why the Kantian axiom that different times are just parts of the same time receives no satisfactory interpretation in the hermeneutic phenomenology of temporality. What is especially remarkable about the reply of historical consciousness is that it proposes an original status for the practical and dialogical category that stands over against the axiom of the oneness of time. This status is that of a limit idea that is at the same time a regulative one. This idea is, in fact, that of history itself considered as a collective singular. Ought we to speak of a return to Kant then? But it is not the Kant of the first critique, instead it is the Kant of the second critique, the critique of practical reason. What is more, such a return to Kant can be made only after a necessary detour through Hegel. It is from the Hegel of the phenomenology of spirit and the philosophy of right that we have learned how a concept is patiently formed in traversing the great historical mediations that occur on the levels of the economy, law, ethics, religion, and culture in general. Yet, if we no longer believe that these great mediations can culminate in a form of absolute knowledge, set within the eternal present of contemplation, it is nevertheless our mourning for such absolute knowledge that brings us back to the Kantian idea, henceforth intended on the horizon of such historical mediations. What did we do in our long chapter devoted to historical consciousness but articulate such practical and dialogical mediations? And how may we speak of mediations, even imperfect ones, unless it is within the horizon of a limit idea that is also a regulative one? This intending of a guiding idea was expressed in a number of different ways in our analyses. The first one was the emergence of the very word history in the sense of a collective singular. An epic conception of humanity is presupposed here. Without it, there would be only different human species, and finally different races. To think of history as one is to posit the equivalence between three ideas, one time, one humanity, and one history. This, when we come down to it, is the presupposition behind the cosmopolitan point of view introduced by Kant in his essays on the philosophy of history. But Kant did not have the conceptual instruments, which were only available after Hegel, for integrating the concept of history considered from a cosmopolitan point of view into the edifice of his three critiques, possibly as the third part of the critique of judgment. That this idea of a single history and a single humanity is not an empty and lifeless transcendental is something we showed by basing the meta-historical categories of horizon of expectation and space of experience on the affirmation of political and ethical duty, so as to ensure that the tension between this horizon of expectation and space of experience be preserved without giving way to schism. For this to happen, we made two propositions: that the utopian imagination always be converted into specific expectations, and that received heritages be freed of their scleroses. This second requirement dominated our whole analysis of traditionality. If we refused to be caught up in the disjunction of either a hermeneutic of traditions or a critique of ideologies, it was precisely in order to give the critical point of view a handhold. Without memory, we said again and again, there is no principle of hope. If we cease to believe that heritages from the past can yet be reinterpreted in a post-critical age, defined by Max Weber as a disenchanted world, 14 critical thought would be returned to its pre-Hegelian stage, all historical mediation having become empty. The interest in anticipation, which in a way schematizes in exactly the Kantian sense of the word the idea of a single humanity and a single history, has to be seen as already at work in the prior and contemporary practice of communication, hence in continuity with anticipations buried in tradition itself. Finally, I will recall the blossoming in our text of the thesis that this directive idea becomes meaningful only as the horizon of the imperfect mediation between future, past, and present, and thus has to do with our treatment of the present as initiative. This cannot be summed up, however, in just the untimely occurrence of a present experienced as an interruption. It also includes all the forms of transactions between expectation and memory. These transactions constitute the most appropriate reply, on the plane of collective practice, to Heideggerian repetition. This power of recapitulation of the present seemed to us to find its best illustration in the act of making a promise, in which are fused personal commitment, interpersonal trust, and the tacit or virtual social pact that confers on the dialogical relation itself the cosmopolitan dimension of a public space. Such are the many ways in which the imperfect mediation between expectation, traditionality, and initiative require the horizon of a single history, which, in turn, responds to and corresponds to the axiom of a single time. Does this mean that this good correlation between the multiform unity of the ecstasies of time and the imperfect mediation of the historical consciousness can still be attributed to narrative? We may doubt so for two reasons. First, narrative taken in the strict sense of a discursive genre offers only an inadequate medium for thinking about general history, inasmuch as there are multiple plots for the same course of events and they always get articulated in terms of fragmentary temporalities. Even if the disparity between historical and fictional narrative is surpassed by their interweaving, this never produces more than what above we called a narrative identity. And narrative identity remains that of a person or a character, including those particular collective entities that merit being raised to the rank of quasi-characters. So the notion of plot gives preference to the plural at the expense of the collective singular in the refiguration of time. There is no plot of all plots capable of equaling the idea of one humanity and one history. 15. A second type of inadequation between narrative stricto sensu and the multiform unity of time results from the fact that the literary category of narrative is itself inadequate to thought about history. It is a fact that we did not openly make use of narrative categories, in the strict sense of the narrative genre, whether oral or written, to characterize the horizon of expectation, the transmission of past traditions, and the force of the present. We may therefore legitimately wonder whether historical thinking does not take us beyond the limits of narrative. Two responses are possible. We may first observe that historical thinking, without being, as such, narrative, does have a particular affinity for the discursive genre of narrative, which will serve as its privileged medium. This mediating role of narrative is evident in the transmission of traditions. Traditions are essentially narratives. 16. In return, the connection between a horizon of expectation and narrative is less direct. However, it does exist. Indeed, we can consider anticipations about the future as anticipated retrospections, thanks to that remarkable property of narrative voice, one of the categories of literary theory that we dealt with in Volume 2, that it can place itself at any point of time, which becomes for it a quasi-present, and, from this observation point, it can apprehend as a quasi-past the future of our present. Point 17. In this way, a narrative past, which is the past of the narrative voice, is assigned to this quasi-present. Prophecy confirms this structure. The prophet sees the imminent future and its menace threatening the present, and recounts the precipitation of the present toward its future ruin as something that has already happened. We might then move from prophecy to utopia, which joins to its description of the perfect city and anticipatory narration of the steps that lead to it. What is more, this narration is often made from things borrowed from traditional narratives, repainted in new colors. Point 18. So the future seems to be representable only given the assistance of anticipatory narratives that transform a living present into a future perfect mode. This present will have been the beginning of a history that will one day be told. We must not abuse this extension of the category of narrative, taken as a narrative genre, lest we do violence to the very notion of projecting a horizon, concerning which narrative cannot be more than a subordinate mediation. A second more pertinent response can be made to the objection given above. The notion of narrativity can be taken in a broader sense than the discursive genre that codifies it. We can speak of a narrative program to designate a course of action arising out of an interconnected series of performances. This is the meaning adopted in narrative semiotics and in the psychosociology of speech acts, which speak of narrative programs, narrative series, and narrative schemas. Point 19. We may take such narrative schemas as underlying the narrative genres, properly speaking, which confer upon them an appropriate discursive equivalent. It is the potentiality of narrative that the strategic articulation of action holds in reserve that links the narrative schema to the narrative genre. We may express the proximity between these two senses of narrative by distinguishing the recountable from the recounted. It is the recountable rather than narrative in the sense of a discursive genre that can be taken as coextensive with the mediation brought about by thinking about history between the horizon of expectation, the transmission of traditions, and the force of the present. To conclude, we can say that narrativity does not offer the second aporia of temporality as adequate a response as it offered to the first aporia. This inadequacy will not be seen as a failure if we do not lose sight of the following two maxims. First, the reply of narrativity to the aporias of time consists less in resolving these aporias than in putting them to work, in making them productive. This is how thinking about history contributes to the refiguration of time. Second, any theory reaches its highest expression only when the exploration of the domain where its validity is verified is completed with the recognition of the limits that circumscribe this domain of validity. This is the great lesson we have learned from Kant. However, it is only with the third antinomy of temporality that our second maxim will take on its full meaning. The aporia of the inscrutability of time and the limits of narrative. Here my rereading reaches the point where our meditation on time not only suffers from its inability to go beyond the bifurcation into phenomenology and cosmology, or even its difficulty in giving a meaning to the totality that is made and unmade across the exchanges between coming towards, having been, and being present, but suffers, quite simply, from not really being able to think time. This aporia remains so dissimulated in our analyses that no separate study was devoted to it. It only emerges here and there when the very work of thinking seems to succumb to the weight of its theme. This aporia springs forth at the moment when time, escaping any attempt to constitute it, reveals itself as belonging to a constituted order always already presupposed by the work of constitution. This is what is expressed by the word inscrutability, which is the one Kant uses when he runs up against the question of the origin of evil that resists any explanation. Here is where the danger of misinterpretation is greatest. What fails is not thinking, in any acceptation of this term, but the impulse, or to put it a better way, the hubris that impels our thinking to posit itself as the master of meaning. Thinking encounters this failure not only on the occasion of the enigma of evil but also when time, escaping our will to mastery, surges forth on the side of what, in one way or another, is the true master of meaning. To this aporia, so diffuse in all our reflections on time, will respond, on the side of poetics, the confession of the limits narrativity encounters outside itself and inside itself. These limits will attest that not even narrative exhausts the power of the speaking that refigures time. Among the conceptions of time that guided our reflection, some bore the mark of archaism that cannot entirely be mastered by a concept, while others turned in a perspective manner toward hermeticisms that they refused to accept as such into their thinking, but which imposed on it the reversal that puts time in the position of an always already presupposed ground. To the first group belong the two thinkers who guided our first steps in Volume 1, and again at the beginning of our discussion of the apoetics of time in this volume. What is surprising, here, is that Augustine and Aristotle appear not only as the first phenomenologist and the first cosmologist but as borne along by two archaic currents, stemming from different sources, one Greek and one biblical, whose waters subsequently intermingled in Western thought. The tinge of archaism in Aristotle seems to me easiest to discern in his interpretation of the expression being in time. This expression, which traverses the whole history of thought about time, allows for two interpretations. According to the first one, the in expresses a certain fall of thinking, leading to a representation of time as a series of nows, that is, point-like instants. According to the second one, which is what concerns me here, the in expresses the precedence of time as regards any thinking that wants to circumscribe its meaning, hence to envelop it. These two lines of interpretation of the in get confused in Aristotle's enigmatic affirmation that things in time are contained by time. Of course, as Victor Goldschmidt emphasizes, the interpretation that Aristotle gives to the expression to be in time continues to clarify the meaning of the number of movement 20. Indeed, says Aristotle, things are in time as they are in number. If this is so, they are contained by time as things in number are contained by number and things in place by place. The oddness of this expression cannot help but strike us, to be contained by number. In fact, Aristotle returns to this issue a few lines later. So it is necessary that all things in time should be contained in time. A thing, then, will be affected by time. The addition of this last remark tilts the interpretation toward the side of an ancient saying about time, itself expressed in a popular saying that time wastes things away, and that all things grow old through hypotime, and that people forget owing to the lapse of time, but we do not say the same of getting to know or of becoming young or fair. The richness of meaning of such expressions does not pass completely over into the explication Aristotle gives of them. For time is by its nature the cause rather of decay, since it is the number of change, and change removes what is. I ended my commentary with an assertion that was left hanging. Ancient wisdom, I said, seems to see a hidden collusion between change that destroys things, forgetting, aging, death, and time that simply passes. Point 21. If we journey back in the direction of the archaism that Aristotle's text points to, we encounter the philosophical story of the Timaeus, to which, unfortunately, we could devote only one lengthy note. In the expression, a moving image of eternity, it is not just the aspect of times being a collective singular that sets thinking to questioning, but precisely this themes belonging to a philosophical story. It is only within a philosophical retrieval of a myth that the genesis of time can be brought to language. Being born along with the heavens can be spoken of only figuratively. Such a form of philosophical thinking can be said, in turn, to contain the highly dialectical operations that preside over the divisions and the intermixings, the entanglements of the circle of the same and the other. Above all, only a philosophical story can situate the genesis of time beyond the distinction between psychology and cosmology, by forging the representation of a world soul that both moves and thinks itself. Time is related to this hyperpsychological, hypercosmological reflection. 22. How, then, can we avoid being pulled backwards toward the archaism that, without being the oldest either chronologically or culturally, is the archaic element inherent in philosophy, that of the three great pre-Socratics, Parmenides, Heraclitus, and Anaximander? It is not a question here of undertaking a study of time in the pre-Socratics at this late stage in our investigation. Point 23. Let us just say that this archaic form of thinking, which no doubt cannot be repeated today in its original and originary voice, points toward a region where the claim of a transcendental subject, in whatever form, to constitute meaning no longer holds sway. This kind of thinking is archaic because it dwells alongside an arc that is the condition of possibility for all the presuppositions we can posit. Only a form of thinking that renders itself archaic can understand Anaximander's saying, whose voice can still be heard in our reading of Aristotle as the isolated witness to this time that remains inscrutable as much for phenomenology as for its other, cosmology. The source from which existing things derive their existence is also that to which they return as their destruction, according to necessity, for they give justice and make reparation to one another for their injustice, according to the arrangement of time katatio euchronotaxon. 24. This archaism of the pre-Socratics is still part of philosophy in the sense that it is its own arc that philosophy repeats when it returns to those who first separated their notion of arc from that of a mythical beginning, as found in theogonies and divine genealogies. This break that was brought about within the very idea of an arc did not prevent Greek philosophy from inheriting, in a transposed fashion, as a second archaism, the one that it had broken away from, the mythical archaism. We continue to try to avoid getting caught up in it. 25. We cannot completely overlook it, however, for it is from this ground that certain, apparently unavoidable, figures of inscrutable time arise. Of all these figures, I will retain only the one that seems to have provided the symbolic schematism to which is grafted the theme referred to above, that everything is contained in time. Jean-Pierre Vernant, in his Myth and Thinking Among the Greeks, has traced out in Hesiod, Homer, and Aeschylus, therefore in terms of the three great genres of Greek poetry, theogony, epic, and tragedy, the comparison of chronos to okeanos, which encloses the universe in its untiring course. 26. As for those neighboring mythical figures that assimilate time to a circle, the ambivalence of the significations attached to them is for me of the highest importance. Sometimes the unity and perenniality attributed to this fundamental time radically negate human time, experienced as a factor of instability, destruction, and death. Sometimes this great time expresses the cyclic organization of the cosmos, which harmoniously includes the passing of the seasons, the succession of generations, and the periodic return of festivals. Sometimes the divine ion gets detached from this image of a circle, which is then connected with the unending round of births and rebirths, as can be seen in much Indian thinking and in Buddhism. The permanence of the ion becomes that of an eternally immobile identity. Here we rejoin Plato's Timaeus, by way of Parmenides and Heraclitus. Two things stand out in this rapid survey of the double archaic ground which Aristotle takes his distance from, yet is secretly near to at the same time. On the one hand, the mark of the inscrutable that this double archaism stamps on the very work of the concept; on the other hand, the polymorphism of figurations and, across them, of the evaluations of human time, bound to the representation of something beyond time. The latter aspect is undoubtedly a corollary of the first one, for the unrepresentable can only be projected, it seems, in terms of fragmentary representations that prevail now and then, in relation to the variations of temporal experience itself in its psychological and sociological aspects. 27. Therefore, if an unordinary signification may be given to the expression being in time, the thought of a Plato or an Aristotle owes such expression to the resurgences of this double archaism. Western thought has two archaic inspirations, the Greek and the Hebraic. It is in the background of Augustine's phenomenology that we can hear the voice of the second one, just as we heard the voice of the first one in the background of Aristotle's physics. The inscrutability of time, but also the diversity of figures of what is beyond time, give rise to thought for a second time. As regards Book 11 of the Confessions, we cannot speak of archaism insofar as it expresses a theological thinking strongly influenced by Neoplatonic philosophy. What, nevertheless, points to the archaic is the contrast between time and eternity that literally envelopes the examination of the notion of time. 28. We saw in this contrast three themes that, each in its own way, bore time beyond itself. It is first in a spirit of praise that Augustine celebrates the eternity of the word that remains when our words pass away. So immutability plays the role of a limit idea with regard to temporal experience marked by the sign of the transitory. Eternity is always stable, created things never are. 29 To think of a present without a future or a past is, by way of contrast, to think of time itself as lacking something in relation to this plenitude, in short, as surrounded by nothingness. Next it is in the mode of lamentation, within the horizon of stable eternity, that the Augustinian soul finds itself exiled to the region of dissimilarity. The moanings of the lacerated soul are indivisibly those of the creature as such and the sinner. In this way, Christian consciousness takes into account the great elegy that crosses cultural frontiers and sings in a minor key about the sorrow of the finite. And, finally, it is with a note of hope that the Augustinian soul traverses levels of temporalization that are always less distended and more firmly held, bearing witness that eternity can affect the interior of temporal experience, hierarchizing it into levels, and thereby deepening it rather than abolishing it. Just as in the background of the thought of a Plato and an Aristotle we caught sight of the depths of a double archaism, that of the pre-Socratics retained in and through classical philosophy, and that of mythical thinking negated but in no way abolished by philosophical thinking, so too must we hear behind the praise, the lamentation, and the hope that accompany Augustinian speculation on eternity and time, a specifically Hebraic form of speaking. Exegesis of this form of speaking reveals a multiplicity of significations that prevent eternity from being reduced to the immutability of a stable present. The difference in levels between Augustine's thought and the Hebraic thinking, which constitutes his archaism, is concealed by the Greek, and then by the Latin, translation of the well-known Ihai Asher Ihai in Exodus 3:14a. The Revised Standard Version of the Bible has I am who I am, as do current French translations. But thanks to this ontologizing of the Hebraic message, we occlude all the senses of eternity that rebel against Hellenization. For example, we thereby lose the most precious sense, whose best equivalent in modern language is expressed by the idea of fidelity. The eternity of Yahweh is above all else the fidelity of the God of the covenant, accompanying the history of his people. 30. As for the beginning as reported in Genesis 1:1, Hellenizing speculation must not seek to fix its meaning, first of all, outside of the history of 6 days, a history marked by an articulated series of speech acts that by degrees inaugurate the rule-governed order of creatures, the seventh day being reserved for the joint celebration of Creator and creature, in a primordial Sabbath, continually reactualized in worship and praise. Nor may the beginning of Genesis 1:1 be separated from that other beginning constituted by the election of Abraham in Genesis 12:1. In this sense, Genesis 1-11 unfolds like a long preface, with its own time, to the history of election. And in turn, the legends of the patriarchs serve as a long preface to the story of the Exodus from Egypt, the giving of the law, the wandering in the wilderness, and the entry into Canaan. In this regard, the Exodus constitutes an event that generates history, thus as a beginning, but in another sense than Genesis 1:1 and 12:1. All these beginnings speak of eternity inasmuch as a certain fidelity is found rooted in them. Of course, there are also texts where God is said to live forever, throughout all ages. In Psalm 90:2 we read, "From everlasting to everlasting thou art God." But these texts, borrowed for the most part from hymns and wisdom literature, create a kind of space of dispersion, at least as vast as the one we referred to above in discussing the Greek domain, be it archaic or mythic. Such texts, culminating in lamentation and praise, soberly oppose the eternity of God to the transitory character of human life. For 1,000 years in thy sight are but as yesterday when it is past, or as a watch in the night, Psalm 90:4. Others tend more clearly toward the side of lamentation. My days are like an evening shadow. But thou, O Lord, art enthroned forever, Psalm 102:11, 12. A slight difference in accent suffices to turn lamentation into praise. A voice says, "Cry." And I said, "What shall I cry? All flesh is grass / and all its beauty is like the flower of the field. / The grass withers, the flower fades, when the breath of the Lord blows upon it, the grass withers, the flower fades, but the word of our God will stand forever, Isaiah 40:7, 8. This proclamation opens the book of consolation to Israel attributed to the second Isaiah. A wholly different mood rules over the sayings of Koheleth, who sees human life as dominated by ineluctable times, a time to be born, a time to die, etc., and by an unending return of the same events. What has been is what will be, and what has been done is what will be done. Ecclesiastes 1:9. This variety of tonalities agrees with an essentially non-speculative, non-philosophical mode of thinking, for which eternity transcends history from within history. 31. This brief tour must suffice to let us sense the richness of meaning concealed as much as revealed in the nunc-stans of Augustine's Eternal Present. Situated, so to speak, halfway between thinkers who bear their own archaism and those who skirt Hermeticism, Kant, at first sight, represents a totally neutral figure. The idea that time must be finally inscrutable seems totally foreign to the critique of pure reason. The anchoring of the concept of time in the transcendental, taken at its lowest level, that of the transcendental aesthetic, seems to place this concept outside any ontological speculation, as well as outside any fanatical enthusiasm. The status of being a presupposition that is a corollary to that of being transcendental keeps it under the surveillance of a thinking careful to hold in check every impulse of the understanding to cross the limits of its legitimate employment. Essentially, the transcendental stands on guard against all the seductions of the transcendent. And yet we were surprised by the assertion that changes occur in time, but time does not flow. We were not entirely persuaded by the argument that the third mode of time, permanence, also called time in general, is rendered completely intelligible by its correlation with the schematism of substance and the principle of permanence. The idea of the permanence of time seems richer in meaning than the permanence of something in time. In fact, it seems to be the ultimate condition of possibility for all such things. This suspicion finds reinforcement if we return to what we may well call the riddles of the transcendental aesthetic. What can be meant by an a priori intuition for which there is no intuition since time is invisible? What meaning are we to give to the idea of a formal a priori condition of all appearances whatsoever? Is thinking still the master of meaning when it comes to this being affected, more fundamental than the being affected by history referred to in our earlier analyses? 32. What is that gamut concerning which it is said that it is affected by objects, A19, B33, and that it is that within which resides the form of receptivity, A20, B34? This puzzle becomes all the more pressing when being affected becomes self-affection. Time is implicated here in a much more radical way, emphasized in the second edition of the Critique, B66, 69. Time is still where we locate sets in our representations and remains the formal condition for the way we arrange the representations in argument. In this sense, it can be nothing else than the way in which our mind is affected by its own activity, that is, by this positing, setzen, hence, by itself, that is, as an inner sense considered just in terms of its form. The conclusion Kant draws, that the mind does not intuit itself as it is but as it represents itself under the condition of this self-affection, cannot be allowed to cover up the specific difficulty attached to this self-affection, which being affected culminates in. If there is a point where time is revealed to be inscrutable, at least to the gaze of a transcendental deduction in charge of itself, it most certainly has to do with this notion of the permanence of time, along with the implications for time of self-affection. It would be useless to seek in Husserl for traces of an archaism or echoes of a hermeticism that would point toward a time more fundamental than any constitution. The goal of the lectures on internal time consciousness is, as is well known, to constitute in a single stroke both consciousness and the time immanent to it. In this regard, Husserl's transcendentalism is no less vigilant than that of Kant. Nevertheless, beyond the difficulty referred to above about deriving the totality of time from the continuity of the process of the coincidence of longitudinal intentionalities, I would like to refer one last time to the paradox of attempting a discourse on the Heiltic once intentionality ad extra has been suspended. All the difficulties, in Kant, tied to self-affection return with a vengeance to threaten the self-constitution of consciousness. These underlying difficulties find their translation on the level of the language in which we attempt to speak of this constitution. What is striking in the first place is the thoroughly metaphorical character of this transcendental heiltix, surging forth, source, falling back, sinking, expire, etc. And at the center of this metaphorical constellation stands the key metaphor of flowing. What the lectures, in their third section, attempt to bring to language is the absolute flux of consciousness, constitutive of time. These metaphors in no way constitute a figurative language that we might translate into a literal language. They constitute the only language available to the work of returning toward the origin. The use of metaphor is thus the first sign of the non-mastery of constituting consciousness over consciousness constituted in this way. What is more, a question of priority arises about this flux and this consciousness. Is it consciousness that constitutes the flux or the flux that constitutes consciousness? Given the first hypothesis, we return to a Fichtean kind of idealism. Given the second one, we are caught up in a phenomenology of a quite different kind, where the mastery of consciousness over its production is surpassed by the production that constitutes it. A hesitation between these two interpretations is permitted. Does not Husserl pose the question, how is it possible to have knowledge wisen of a unity of the ultimate constitutive flux of consciousness? The answer he gives to this question, namely, the splitting into two longitudinal intentionalities, draws the following declaration from Husserl. As startling, if not at first sight even contradictory, as it may appear to assert that the flux of consciousness constitutes its own unity, it is still true, nevertheless. And another time, he frankly says that for all this, names are lacking. From metaphors to a lack of words, it is this failure of language that points toward the ultimate impressional consciousness, concerning which we may say it is the flux that constitutes it, in constituting itself and not the reverse. The philosopher who, to my mind, comes closest to Hermeticism is of course Heidegger. There is nothing denigrating about speaking this way. For a type of discourse that still claims to be phenomenological, like that of being and time and the basic problems in phenomenology, the breakthrough brought about by an analytic of Dasein as concerns the understanding of being itself may be said to verge on Hermeticism insofar as it is true that this breakthrough brings hermeneutic phenomenology to the limits of its own most possibilities. In fact, Heidegger attempts this breakthrough without conceding anything to the modern equivalents of the Schwärmerei, that kind of delirious exaltation denounced by Kant that were for Heidegger as for Husserl the philosophies of life, of existence, of dialogue. The relation of the analytic of Dasein to the understanding of being cannot be revealed, outside of the still programmatic declarations of the long introduction to being and time, except in the signs of the incompleteness of the analytic, the only thing carried to its end in being and time as published signs that also testify that this analytic is not meant to confine itself to a philosophical anthropology. The danger of misunderstanding Heidegger's philosophical project in the period of being and time is not only not set aside, it is even made stronger by the assimilation of the problematic of time to that of being a whole, and of this latter to being towards death. It is difficult to see at the end of the second section of Being and Time in what way its analyses satisfy the title given the first part, the interpretation of Dasein in terms of temporality, and the explication of time as the transcendental horizon for the question of being, p. 67. It is the second half of this title that seems to lack a corresponding part in the analysis that, at best, proposes an interpretation of the ecstatic character of time, but says nothing about how it opens the way to the question of being. The question of being a whole as explicated by that of being towards death seems instead to close off this horizon. However, the basic problems in phenomenology goes further in this regard than does being and time, by proposing to distinguish between temporal being, temporalitat, or temporality in the English translation and temporality, Zeitlichkeit, in the sense given by being and time. 33 It is precisely the constantly interrogatory aspect of the thinking that sustains this distinction that, after the fact, makes apparent the inscrutable character of temporality in being and time. This distinction between temporal being and temporality in fact finds its completion in a movement that remained unperceived in being and time, namely, a reversal in Heidegger's use of the notion of a condition of possibility. It is repeated that the constitution of Dasein's being is grounded in temporality, Basic Problems, p. 228. But Heidegger now adds that the meaning of temporality is the ontological condition of the possibility of the understanding of being, ibid. This new use of the notion of possibility is governed by the description of temporality as the horizon in terms of which we understand being. The conjunction of two words, ecstatic and horizontal, in the sense of having to do with a horizon, indicates the opening of the new problematic placed under the title Temporal Being, pages 265 to 68. In this new problematic, the horizontal aspect of time is directly linked to the intentionality constitutive of each of the ecstasies of time, particularly to that of the future, understood in the sense of being ahead of itself and of coming towards itself. The role of being towards death in relation to the totalization of ecstatic time is passed over in silence, while ecstatic transport towards, in the direction of, which indicates the inflection of the problematic, is accentuated. From here on, Heidegger speaks of ecstatic horizontal temporality, where it is understood that horizontal signifies characterized by a horizon given with the ecstasis itself, p. 267. To Heidegger, this deploying of a horizon on the basis of the ecstatic bears witness to the rule of the phenomenon of intentionality over any phenomenological approach. However, in contrast to Husserl, it is the ecstatic horizontal aspect of temporality that conditions intentionality, not the reverse. So intentionality is rethought in a deliberately ontological sense as the projection toward, implied in the understanding of being. By discerning in this something like a projection of being upon time, p. 280, Heidegger thinks he also can discern the orientation of temporality toward its horizon, temporal being, or temporality. We must confess that, given the framework of a kind of thinking that still means to be phenomenological, that is, governed by the idea of intentionality, all Heidegger's assertions about this projection of being upon time are still cryptic. What help he proposes to making sense of them threatens to overturn them, for example, in the comparison of this new proposal to Plato's well-known Beyond Being, Epikenetes, in Book 6 of the Republic. His proposal is certainly meant to inquire even beyond being as to that upon which being itself, as being, is projected, p. 282, but when separated from the idea of the good, there is not much help to be found in the Epikenetes. All that remains is the element of directedness, the passage beyond. We call this wither of the ecstasis the horizon, or, more precisely, the horizontal schema of the ecstasis, p. 302. But then what do we in fact understand when we say that the most original temporalizing of temporality as such is temporality? Ibid. In truth, nothing, if we are not in a position to be able to link the distinction between temporal and temporalizing to the ontological difference, that is, to the difference between being and beings, which is set forth publicly for the first time in the Basic Problems of Phenomenology. The distinction between temporal and temporalizing thus has just a single function to point toward the ontological difference. Apart from this role, it only succeeds in indicating the inscrutable character of temporality understood as the wholeness of Dasein. For, taken by itself, the distinction between temporal being and temporality no longer designates a phenomenon accessible to hermeneutic phenomenology as such. 34. The most cumbersome question our whole enterprise runs into may be summed up in the question of whether the unrepresentability of time still has a parallel on the side of narrativity. At first sight, this question seems incongruous. What sense is there in refiguring the inscrutable? However, the poetics of narrative does have some resources when faced with this question. It is in the way that narrativity is carried toward its limits that the secret of its reply to the inscrutability of time lies. Several times we have broached the question of the limits of narrativity, but never in relation to the unrepresentability of time. For example, We asked whether the Aristotelian model of emplotment could still account for the more complex forms of composition used in contemporary historiography and the modern novel. On the side of historiography, this question led us to elaborate the notions of a quasi-plot, a quasi-character, and a quasi-event, which indicate that the initial model of emplotment is pushed by historiography close to the breaking point beyond which we may no longer say that history is an extension of narrative. 35 We had to say something similar regarding the novel, and to admit that, in this period that some call postmodern, it may be that we no longer know what narrating means. With Walter Benjamin, we deplored the fatal mutation that would result from the passage of humanity to a stage where no one any longer had any experience to communicate to someone else. And with Frank Kermode, we even declared our faith in narrative's capacity for metamorphoses that will allow it for a long time yet to resist such a schism. But the limits that are at issue here are of another order. The earlier ones had to do with the capacity of narrative to refigure time on the basis of its own internal configuration. Now it is a question of the very limits of such a refiguration of time by narrative. The term limit can be taken in two senses. By an internal limit, we mean that the art of narration exceeds itself to the point of exhaustion, in attempting to draw near the inscrutable. By an external limit, we mean that the narrative genre itself overflows into other genres of discourse that, in their own ways, undertake to speak of time. Let us first consider the limits narrative itself explores inside its own domain. The fictional narrative is assuredly the form best equipped for this borderline work. And we already know its preferred method, that of imaginary variations. In the chapter devoted to them above, we were not able to remain within the boundaries we assigned ourselves, namely, examining solutions other than those of history that fiction brings to the problem of the duality of the phenomenological and the cosmological interpretations of time. Moving beyond this framework, we ventured to evaluate the contributions of our tales about time to the explorations of the relations between time and its other. The reader will undoubtedly recall our references to the high points of our three tales about time, moments when the extreme concentration on temporality leads to a variety of limit experiences worthy of being placed under the sign of eternity. Unforgettable are the tragic choice Septimus makes in Mrs. Dalloway, the three figures of eternity in the Magic Mountain Wickeitsup, Walpurgis Nasht, and the Schnee episode the double eternity of time regained, one form of which overcomes lost time and one form of which engenders the work that will attempt to redeem time itself. Fiction multiplies our experiences of eternity in these kinds of ways, thereby bringing narrative in different ways to its own limits. This multiplication of limit experiences should not surprise us, if we keep in mind the fact that each work of fiction unfolds its own world. In each instance, it is in a different possible world that time allows itself to be surpassed by eternity. This is how tales about time become tales about time and its other. Nowhere is this function of fiction, which is to serve as a laboratory for an unlimited number of thought experiments, better verified. In other spheres of life, in religion, ethics, and politics, a choice must be made. The imaginary does not tolerate censorship. Nor can we forget the second transgression made by fiction in relation to the order of everyday time. By staking out the borderlines of eternity, the limit experiences depicted by fiction also explore another boundary, that of the borderline between story and myth. Only fiction, we said, because it is fiction, can allow itself a certain degree of intoxication. We now understand better the meaning of this exaltation. It has as its vis-a-vis the sobriety of phenomenology. When this phenomenology moderates the impulse it draws from the archaism it distances itself from, and in the hermeticisms it wishes not to draw too near to. Narrative is not afraid to appropriate the substance of these archaism and hermeticisms by conferring a narrative transcription on them. Septimus, we said, knows how to listen to the immortal ode to time beyond the noise of life. And, in dying, he takes with him his odes to time. As for the Magic Mountain, this work evokes an inverted double kind of magic. On the one hand, the enchantment of a time that has become unmeasurable through loss of its handholds and measures; on the other hand, the elevation, Steigerung, of a modest hero, confronted with the trials of sickness and death, an elevation that sometimes moves through the phases of a clearly acknowledged Hermeticism, and that, as a whole, presents the features of an initiation with a Kabbalistic resonance. Irony is the only thing that stands between this fiction and the naive repetition of a myth. Proust, finally, it will be recalled, narrativizes a metaphysical experience of lost identity, stemming from German idealism, to the point where we may just as well speak of the supertemporal experience of beauty as an initiation, whence comes the impulse of creation as it moves toward the work wherein it must be incarnated. It is not by accident, therefore, that in remembrance of things past time seems almost to be remythicized. Destructive time, on the one hand, time, the artist, on the other. 36 Nor is it an accident that remembrance of things past ends with the words in the dimension of time. In is no longer taken here in the ordinary sense of a location in some vast container, but in the sense, close both to the archaic and the Hermetic, where time contains all things including the narrative that tries to make sense of this. There is another way for time to envelop narrative. This is by giving rise to the formation of discursive modes other than the narrative one, which will speak, in another way, of the profound enigma. There comes a moment, in a work devoted to the power of narrative to elevate time to language, where we must admit that narrative is not the whole story and that time can be spoken of in other ways, because, even for narrative, it remains inscrutable. I myself was made attentive to these external limits of narrative by biblical exegesis. Indeed, the Hebrew Bible can be read as the testament about time in its relations to divine eternity, given all the reservations mentioned above concerning the equivocity of the word eternity. And in this text, narrative is not the only way of speaking about time's relation to its other. Whatever the scope of narrative contained therein, it is always in conjunction with other genres that narrative functions in the Hebrew Bible. 37. This conjunction, in the Bible, between the narrative and the non-narrative invites us to inquire whether in other forms of literature as well, narrative does not join its meaning effects to those of other genres, to speak of what in time is most rebellious when it comes to representation. I shall limit myself here to referring briefly to the trilogy, well known even today to German poetics, epic, drama, lyric. 38 As regards the first two genres, we have allowed, ever since our analysis of Aristotle's Poetics, that they can be enrolled, without excessive violence, under the banner of narrative, taken in a broad sense, inasmuch as implotment is common to all of them. But does the argument that holds for the point of view about the configuration of time still hold for the point of view about its refiguration? It is noteworthy that monologues and dialogues open, within the purely narrative framework of feigned action, breaches that allow for the embedding of short meditations, even ample speculations about the misery of humanity handed over to the erosion of time. These thoughts, placed in the mouth of Prometheus, Agamemnon, Oedipus, or the tragic chorus and closer to us, Hamlet, are inscribed in the long tradition of a wisdom, unmarked by national boundaries, that, beyond the episodic, touches the fundamental. Lyric poetry gives a voice, which is also a song, to this fundamental element. It is not for the narrative art to deplore the brevity of life, the conflict between love and death, the vastness of a universe that pays no attention to our lament. The reader will have recognized, dissimulated at several places in our text, under the modesty and sobriety of prose, the echoes of the sempiternal elegy, the lyrical figure of the lament. For example, we allowed ourselves briefly, at the beginning of our apparetics, on the occasion of a short note on time in the Timaeus, a bittersweet reflection about the consolation a disconsolate soul may find in the contemplation of the order of the celestial movements, however inhuman they may be. The same tone imposed itself anew, at the end of our apparetics this time, on the occasion of a reflection provoked by Heidegger about the mutual overlapping of within-timeness and so-called ordinary time. At that point, we noted the oscillations that our meditation imposed on our feelings. Sometimes the impression prevailed of a complicity between the non-mastery inherent in our thrownness and fallenness, and that other non-mastery recalled to us by the contemplation of the sovereign movement of the stars. Sometimes, on the contrary, the feeling prevailed of the incommensurability between the time allotted mortals and the vastness of cosmic time. In this we found ourselves buffeted back and forth between the resignation engendered by the collusion between these two forms of non-mastery and the grief that is ceaselessly reborn from the contrast between the fragility of life and the power of time that destroys. In this, and other ways, the lyricism of meditative thinking goes right to the fundamental without passing through the art of narrating. This final conjunction of the epic, the dramatic, and the lyric was announced in the preface to Volume 1 of Time and Narrative. Lyric poetry, we said, borders on dramatic poetry. The redescription referred to in the rule of metaphor and the refiguration of time and narrative thus change their roles, when, under the aegis of time, the artist, are conjoined the power of redescription unfolded by lyrical discourse and the mimetic power imparted by narrative discourse. Let us cast one final glance over the path we have covered. In these concluding pages we have distinguished three levels in the apoetics of time that we first articulated in terms of particular authors and their works. The passage from one level to another indicates a certain progression without for all that turning into a system, under the thread of dismantling the systematic argumentation contained in each aporia and in the last one more than any other. The same thing must be said of the replies that the poetics of narrative opposes to the aporias of time. They constitute a meaningful constellation, without for all that forming a binding chain. Indeed, nothing obliges us to pass from the notion of narrative identity to that of the idea of the unity of history, than to the confession of the limits of narrative in the face of the mystery of time that envelopes us. In one sense, the pertinence of the reply of narrative to the aporias of time diminishes as we move from one stage to the next, to the point where time seems to emerge victorious from the struggle, after having been held captive in the lines of the plot. It is good that it should be so. It ought not to be said that our eulogy to narrative unthinkingly has given life again to the claims of the constituting subject to master all meaning. On the contrary, it is fitting that every mode of thought should verify the validity of its employment in the domain assigned to it, by taking an exact measure of the limits to its employment. Yet, if, from one aporia to another and from one poetic reply to another, the progression is a free one, the reverse order, in return, is binding. It is not true that the confession of the limits of narrative abolishes the positing of the idea of the unity of history, with its ethical and political implications. Rather it calls for this idea. Nor should it be said that the confession of the limits of narrative, correlative to the confession of the mystery of time, makes room for obscurantism. The mystery of time is not equivalent to a prohibition directed against language. Rather it gives rise to the exigence to think more and to speak differently. If such be the case, we must pursue to its end the return movement, and hold that the reaffirmation of the historical consciousness within the limits of its validity requires in turn the search, by individuals and by the communities to which they belong, for their respective narrative identities. Here is the core of our whole investigation, for it is only within this search that the apoetics of time and the poetics of narrative correspond to each other in a sufficient way.